and let's build this together. Thank you.
I will ask them, when you see the major adoption of the Web3?
I think it all depends on the tools. You know, we have a bit of a bump now. There's a bit of regulatory changes the last few months. It looks like some countries are banning mining every few months. But right now, I think we're at the stage where everybody heard of the decentralized finance. Everybody heard of crypto. Also, not everybody used it. I think the next shift is going to be like, we're going to have like a hotmail of crypto. So someone's going to do something that people can just go and like do it. And I think that will bump it up. And to some certain extent, Coinbase and the others have done that. To be honest, I'm not such a big visionary to know exactly where it would be, but let's give it another 7 years or something. That'll be fine, I think. I don't know. Yes. Yeah, it's not a very good solution. I agree with you. It's if Infura is down, it's kind of like Amazon is down. If you can't reach your node, but the difference is that you can theoretically submit stuff to a different node if you wanted to, which is not the case with like Amazon. When Amazon is down, like the Amazon is down. You can't just go and do that stuff. But as you said, I think that's like a threat, but also like an opportunity. You get a lot of chances to build like a more decentralized indexing layer, decentralized Etherscan, decentralized all of these things, I think could be. And for a period of time when we make the hop, that centralization I think is necessary for a very short period of time.
Peter, maybe one question for me.
Yes.
You were talking about all the ways how we can get to Web3. How does the identity look for you? What is your identity? How do you imagine it in several years?
Yeah. So thanks for that. Well, I'm pretty much like a techie guy. I'm coding, so my identity is like the private key. You know, definitely it's not gonna work for everyone. But I think we will have something like combined offline and offline identity, where you have like a piece there and here. And one thing that I'm pretty excited about that also Vitalik mentioned a lot is the whole social recovery, right? So I trust you as a person, let's say like you're a friend or a cousin or something, and I can share, I can give you the right to help me if I lose my keys or something like that. And then in that way, we will have more like fluid identities. There's a whole space of avatars and NFTs and like metaverse and all that stuff, but I think the speakers before spoke about that much better than I can.
But there's this big problem in DAOs in general where, you know, as you said earlier, the speed is just too slow with decision making, with updates coming in. One way to fix that, of course, would be centralization, but it creates so many other problems we don't really want that. So I've been struggling with that for quite a while because I'm in quite a few DAOs. I've been pretty active in some early projects as well. Well, not early projects, but some project. And I've been really struggling with thinking about how to speed these things up. I think a good example actually of how slow it can be is if you know anything about Tezos now, there was the latest upgrade. Okay, there was an upgrade protocol wanting to be injected, so they voted for it, but I think they didn't get the supermajority of 80%, they only got about 70 or something like that. And so it wasn't put in, and now they have to wait for another cycle to inspect it again, and it's very slow, it's very tedious. Things work, things change, things get upgraded, but at a pace where if you did have a centralized authority, it would be at least 2 to 3 or 4 times quicker, which is why I'm a bit scared about centralized figures like in this case Meta or Microsoft, you know, coming in and just sweeping the whole market because they're just faster at creating and updating than any decentralized entity could be. So I've been really struggling with thinking what could be a solution to that? How could we speed things up?
Yeah, I think this is a very good thing, and this is like the question of like, let's say, the Chinese model or the American model. Like, if just looking at the real world, like in China, 4 or 5 people get together, they make a decision, it's happens, right? U.S. or other countries, they have parliaments. It takes like a whole year to do everything, and it's just so slow, and it's frustrating sometimes. So I agree with you. But the thing is that these are the layer zeros that we're building, like Tezos, Ethereum, etc. And I think the way things will work is first people are going to get more educated about how these processes work and like get with the flow. The second thing is that we are going to get some fundamental issues solved in these layers, like you have Ethereum 2.0, burning fees, all of these like core decisions. And once these are done, then the layer 2, 3, 4, 5, etc., they can be more centralized, and that's essentially okay. It's like you have the central banks in the real world, but then you have like Mastercard like up, a few layers that allows for quicker settlement. And in that way, as long as zero layer, the first one are kind of more decentralized, the rest of them can be more centralized, and I think it will work that way uh, moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe one more question regarding of all we have discussed. It seems like whenever we go further and further in the roadmap of projects, you start to happen to get coins for interacting. You start to happen and these governance rights and everything. Do you think there will be like a parallel economic system, like maybe even citizenship level? Where do you see? How far can you see that? Like, is it going to be a different citizenship and a different world, or it's more like an upper level of what you
Yeah, I mean, I think like, maybe what we will see is like more rights that we have on our actual life, like citizenship, travel rights, even things like land registry, cadastre, stuff like that. Maybe that will get more like digitized. And then imagine if you have like a token of your apartment and all of his history, and you lock that token in other protocol, and you get like an instant loan or instant mortgage, something like that. Or you travel somewhere and you literally like have like a zero knowledge scan. Okay, I'm checked. You can get in, something like that. I think these are like very cool, and the tech is already there. The governments, they're a bit scared to play around with these things. Without the here in Europe, the European Central Bank says something, and then everybody else is like, yeah, that's what we will do too. So let's see. I'm not so optimistic for the governments. They're very slow.
I heard recently that the actual European law is not even thinking about ownership of digital assets. So I was questioning myself. I was like, do I own these NFTs that I have, or I don't? Because I'm European.
It was all a dream, as good as it lasted. Yeah.
How do you think we can convince governments that Web3 is safe enough for the society? And that, like, for example, it was mentioned Twitter, that someone can delete it from Twitter. And that's actually the government can use. Like, for example, you have like Nazi group of people or something, so the government can just ban it. And in case of Web3, maybe they feel like insecurity. This also right regarding many aspects. So what is your like opinion on how we can basically like convince government that it's safe enough, and what are the tools for governments to at least adjust like super decentralized payment uh, to benefit both sides?
Yeah, no, exactly. The governments will always want their hook on stuff. It's like the central bank of I've advised a few central banks, and they always want to have like a backdoor. Like, what if I want to cancel this transfer, or what if I want to ban this account? And I think there's no way around that. We can only like digitize that. So, for example, the central bank, let's say in financial system, can have a smart contract that handles all these things. But where the beauty comes in is this: if there's a law that we have in every country, and this law, if you translate that into like a smart contract for the central bank, then you are sure that people will not be misusing that power. So, for example, the central bank cannot ban someone just because they think or suspect something as it has happened in the past, but they have now like a law that is written in the code, and even though they have the power, they can still be very like clear on how they do that, transparent with an audit trail and everything else. So in some way, we shouldn't be like fighting with the governments in a way, because they will always have their way, but we should allow them to have their power, which is given to them by the sovereignty of the people who vote them. So that would benefit us and also them to keep things, clear and safe.
All right. One more question, last question, if somebody has.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we touched the topic a little bit before. The next speaker, Makram Hani from Block Square, is going to talk about real estate in metaverse or on blockchain, its impact, the different scheme or the different logic behind its sustainability. So enjoy the talk.
Hello. Thank you for having me. Has been a pleasure listening to the guys today. Definitely inspiring speeches and subjects. I'm not a tech guy, so I'm one of the few today who has a background not in tech, but in real estate, and came into tech because, or prop tech specifically, because I found that there is an opportunity to revolutionize an asset class that has not been really touched by evolution for the last hundreds of years. So, how and why is what we will discuss today. And mainly what we will talk about is the impact that we can create, that you can create with the tech that you're putting together, that every single one of us is working towards. And how sustainable is that? The impact on our communities, on our societies, the financial impact, as well as all other kinds of impact that can be found and seen, and at the same time the financial impact, because for anything to be sustainable, it does have or need to have a financial result and a financial benefit to everyone around the table. I'll share my screen. I will not be able to see your messages. However, I'm sure we'll get back to them in the end of our discussion. And I look forward to intrigue you. So first, I want to start by thanking every single person who's in tech, who's working to tokenize asset classes, and who's working towards tokenizing real estate specifically. I'm Makram Hani, and I'm part of the Block Square family. And today I represent Block Square. Alongside Block Square, I'm the founder and CEO of Arms and McGregor International, that has a partnership with Block Square to create an impact, a bigger impact, and grow it beyond certain geographies. What do we do at Block Square? At Block Square, our target, our mission is to empower businesses and individuals, stakeholders in the real estate industry, to sustainably impact households and communities. At the same time, grow a financial benefit, an economy of scale around an asset class that is already huge. It's a $600 trillion asset class. Some would argue it's 300 trillion, but that depends on bust or boom. So to impact real estate and change real estate in our eyes, how we transact it, how we buy it, how we sell it. So what we provide is a white label platform. It's a SaaS model, very easy to access and to integrate, and very easy to start having a marketplace that you run with your brand. To run you very briefly through the company, I will tell you it's 3 founders. with backgrounds in business, product development, tech, legal, sales, and obviously you put them together with enthusiasm to real estate and blockchain and all blockchain related technology, specifically tokenization. You'll get out with a brilliant platform. What we have that differs from what others are offering today is something that we will discuss today as well, because that ability of ours to again empower companies and individuals is major and is important to us. Today we'll approach it, as we said, from a side of impact and sustainability, and we will discuss how does tokenizing real estate or real estate 6.0 in general, and tokenizing is an element of real estate 6.0. And I'll tell you now what is real estate 6.0 for people who don't know it. How does it impact the sustainable development goals? And that's inspired, by the way, by Expo 2020, which Dubai hosts, and thanks God is running in a great way. So when we partnered together, Block Square and Arms and McGregor, when we partnered together, the thought for me was the following. There is no logic that asset classes that are much more complex, similar to companies like Alphabet, like Beta, can be sold overnight in a portion of a second, can be transacted very easily, and simply can be valued properly with proper metrics that are standardized worldwide. While a simpler asset class to run, a simpler asset class to transact, a simpler asset class to understand, an asset class that impacts every single one of us. No one does not have a relationship and interaction with real estate. So it's not logical that such an asset class cannot be transacted in the same way, with the ease of transaction, with the speed of transaction, and in a way or other with the dynamics of the transaction. By the way, I just discovered that probably some of you are not seeing my screen, so I will try again to unshare and reshare, because it seems that till now we haven't seen my screen, or some of you haven't. I hope that now it will work well for everyone. So what tokenization is doing to real estate is what mobility or what happened to mobility that you see in front of you over here. It's revolutionizing every element of it. And when I say real estate 6.0 is a revolution to the asset class, is a new asset class in real estate, it's because when we change the characteristics of the asset class, a new asset class evolves. And this is what we're talking about over here. How do we change the characteristics of the asset class? We change them by making a property that is usually, as we said, bulky, that's usually, as we said, difficult to transact, making it liquid, making it easy to transact, making it a perfect asset. And here we see the benefits of tokenizing real estate. And now we talk about, currently there's pros and cons of the asset class real estate. Some of the pros is that it's tangible, it's an efficient, it's a non-efficient, and that's part of the cons. It's a non-liquid asset class, it's capital intensive, and it's not accessible to everyone, as well as it's an imperfect asset class. So you don't have a consistent valuation model that is followed. When you tokenize real estate and you apply elements of real estate 6.0, you will have an asset class that has all the pros of real estate, but also pros of other asset classes similar to equities or commodities, because it stays tangible, it becomes more efficient, more liquid, it becomes more perfect. You can understand it. We standardize the terminology, we standardize all elements of it, so it's easier to understand, and we will be talking the same language in real estate everywhere in the world, exactly how any of us today would look at an Apple stock and would understand it in the same way, regardless of his language and where he comes from. So how do we impact our communities through that? First is no poverty. So today, to allow people living in poverty a breakthrough, you need to change them in a way from consumers to investors. You need to change them from tenants to landlords in our language for real estate people and for real estate professionals. How do we do that? When we tokenize a property, we allow them access to own that property, because rather than needing $100,000 to access a property, they will need $1,000. They will need $500. So anyone with an income of $200 in a poor country or a poor city or a poor village can have access to real estate, can become a partial owner of his house or beyond, and can grow this without needing excessive amount of money. What this does is, first, it allows people the privilege of ownership. It helps them financially, but it also helps them on other ends, because it allows stability to a family. It allows stability to a community, and thus it allows stability to the society. So that impact on poverty is the first of our impacts touching on sustainable development goals. The second is the impact on gender equality. And when we talk gender equality here, everyone talks about the difference in earning power. Thankfully, we know that it's not what you earn. It's simply what you save and invest, because earning more or less, if you save the same and you invest that amount and you invest it prudently, you would probably end up in the same position, sometimes better for people who don't earn more and spend more. So squeezing that gap and allowing people, regardless of their earning power, males or females, from having access to a property investment before they grow a sizable amount of money. So even when they have $200, $500, $1,000, $10,000, and they grow it, imagine buying real estate as if you're buying an annuity. Without the high cost that can be attached to an annuity, and without anything that is non-clear in your investment. It democratizes access to real estate as an asset class, and this does change the future wealth generation and wealth development for different genders. After that, we talk about decent work and economic growth. What do we mean by that? Today, to allow people a healthy lifestyle, you need to allow them certain opportunities, regardless if they live centrally or not. Now, the minute that you allow investing to become a communal act, community deterioration will reduce. What do we mean by that? Rather than having communities emerge full of rallying towards cities, you will allow fundamentals for communities to be able to develop and grow in work environments that are healthier, in work environments that are less crowded. And it allows working opportunities in rural areas and non-central districts. And those are key elements that impact the health of our societies, again, and of our community, empowering them with more economic growth and better work environment, thus better mental, emotional, and financial health. Industry, innovation, and infrastructure. When we want to build a metaverse today, or anything related to Web 3.0 or new tech, it costs so much. Tokenization in general allows us to collectively put our power together, economic power here, and develop tech. Imagine that same thing can allow us to develop innovations all around in different sectors, from education to medcare, and real estate related. And real estate regularly is the highest cost in some of those industries. Imagine that we can collaboratively, similar to how we put our hands together now, we crowdfund or we sell tokens to raise funding for a tech project. Imagine that we can do the same to build a bridge, to have a school built, owned, and community run, And all of this is through tokenizing real estate and allowing everyone access to be part of that. I believe this will be a revolution. It will be exactly similar to the craze that took place with ICOs some time ago. Why? Because it excites people to be part of something meaningful, not only something meaningful to them, but meaningful to their societies and future generations. It touches their sons and daughters, it touches their future. So that's the part that's very exciting. We'll not expand on it now, but it's definitely subject to a discussion every day. Reduces inequalities. And when we talk about gender inequalities, we can talk about inequalities in general. The ability to allow people opportunities or access to opportunities, specifically in an asset class that is as clear as real estate 6.0, and as transparent as real estate 6.0, and as accessible as real estate 6.0, you allow people the opportunity to access a world of investment where rather than them being tenants and having rent as a cost, they start getting back part of that rent. And with time, they become tenants of their own property, a property they own, or a property they partially own. And rather than continuing to purchase their property, they go for another property. This reduces inequalities because it allows the poor and the rich to have access to similar properties. Imagine your father, my father, coming from a middle class or poor family, wants to buy a property in 47 Park Street, Mayfair, London, in Fifth Avenue, New York. Today, that is not simply accessible to them. Tomorrow, that is accessible. And for a small slice, a very small portion of that cost that it would cost them today. And I'm reducing inequality is very dear to my heart because I believe it allows less crime, more safe environments. Because when people don't need to be criminals, most of the time they wouldn't. Sustainable cities and communities, and how do we impact that? You know, financial strain is a giant strain. And in general, if you watch movies, you will see that most divorces start by financial issues. And most financial issues have in them an envelope with a foreclosure notice for a house. And that's because what people do is save for years, 10 years, 5 years to save for a down payment. And then they take a loan they can't afford for the rest of their life, most of the time, and they start paying for it. This makes people go into financial strain that puts so much pressure on the family, on the community, and thus the whole society. So allowing people access, again, in an easier way, and allowing people to liquidate out of that also in a very easy way. So I'll give you an example. In Block Square, and now Diet mentioned Ocean Point. Ocean Point is a protocol that allows you, if you're tokenizing with Block Square, tokenizing your property, you will have the ability to swap your tokens within Ocean Point in a DeFi liquidity pool into a stable coin, let's say DAI, thus liquidating a portion of the asset that you would need at any moment of time. So you will be able to liquidate the part you want of the asset rather than needing to, under pressure, liquidate the whole asset if you are not able to pay the coming mortgage payment in a rough year or a rough few years. And this seriously has impact on everyone around real estate. Now, to achieve all of that, it's not without challenges. The challenges start from the need of parties to work together from the public sector, private sector. So first, to educate everyone. It will need public and public sector to work with each other because unfortunately for us in real estate, if we want to tokenize real estate, we need to deal with at least two regulators, the financial regulator and the land registry, the land registrar, which are very strong regulators regularly in every country. Now, if you have an Uber and you're getting into a new nation, you would deal probably with the lobby of taxi drivers. But here we deal with much more powerful parties. So public-public partnership, which is authorities talking to each other, working alongside each other, realizing the benefits of what we're doing to the whole community and to the economy, and to the sustainability of that, because you create a financial impact and you can sustain that afterwards, is very important. And here comes the partnership that Arms and McGregor and Block Square have done. And as a member of Block Square family today, I'm so proud of that, as well as the founder and CEO of Arms and McGregor, because I believe it impacts everyone. Now, how does it impact everyone? I'll not take it longer than here, guys, because I believe there's questions that we would need to answer. But I would tell you that we are ready to assist you with anything you would require in Block Square to launch your marketplace fast enough and start impacting a community you're part of. We not only develop tech, but we also develop the know-how so that you have the right governance and so that you have the right approach and the right understanding of the community, of the needed to impact the community. Thank you again. I'm here for your questions. So we'll look forward to hear any questions and to see any questions and to answer them.
Hey, Makram, this is DT. Good to work with you on Ocean Point. I just wanted to ask, since you're in the real estate for a long time, working in multiple, in a very global way, I was wondering how it is different to deal in real estate, let's say, in the area where you are based versus like in Europe versus in US? Are there a lot of transferable points? Is it kind of the same thing or it's completely different beast? Thanks.
Thank you. And pleasure to be part of the same family. I believe that our regulators in the UAE, I'm in Dubai, our regulators are so motivated to approach the future. We're a young city. We're a young set of laws. We're evolving every day. Our regulator is more welcoming. So, and that's why you see now the Run Towers DIFC, Dubai International Financial Center, and the surrounding legislative jurisdictions, just because it's more welcoming. And they have, for example, now brainstorming sessions every week or so with parties who are either coming new to the market in blockchain technologies mainly, and also in tokenizing of real estate to be able to adopt and adapt technology and legislate for us so that we can have a clear framework to work within. Because anything non-regulated cannot fly, and I'm a fan of regulated stuff. So if we can make that regulated, and I'm sure we can, that would be great. Now, is there transferable points? I am sure there is transferable points, yet because of the nature of the regulating in general, regulators are driven by fear rather than greed. A regulator, they joke, they say they will never get penalized for not doing anything. They will be penalized for trying something if it doesn't work. So they're driven by fear on a community and fear on impacting their community in a wrong way. What I've been doing with many of my colleagues since a very long time is trying to work with them to work out challenges. And every conference we talk about, tell us your challenges, or we will tell you the challenges that you're scared of, the fears, and we'll show you how, with a smart contract that's put the right way, you can work around those fears. You can have more transparency. You can have more of what you want and less of what you don't. So there is transferables, but not much. And I believe different parts of the world are at different stages now of legislating. The US have been ahead of us. Some parts of Europe have been also ahead of other parts of Europe, yet we're catching up big time. And I'm sure that within the coming, I would say a few years, call me a dreamer, as I said recently, I would see a global tokens market. And there's nothing to say that it couldn't be a Dubai global tokens market, a DGTM, hopefully. Any other questions? I'm sorry, I can't see the questions. So if there is any questions, please feel free to throw them at me because I'm not seeing them. So hopefully I can hear them.
So for the real estate, when you tokenize it, somebody has. Oh, can you hear me?
I'm hearing you. Yes.
Oh, sorry. For the real estate, once you tokenize it, I'm guessing like the token owners get part of the reward of the, I don't know, renting the building. So how do you um, how do you decide which company is taking care of bringing the money in, for example, from the renters? How do you decide who is going to take care of that? Is it a centralized authority? Is it a per building basis?
Okay. Thank you for your question. Amazing question. So I'll simplify things. Exactly how we do today in a real estate situation where me and you are partners in a property. We regularly have a property management company that has standards that it runs by, has bodies that it reports to, reports the transactions, and it's audited. And then this is distributed to you and me through a central system. We can have the same done through a non-centralized system. So the idea is that the fundamentals of the industry stay the same. It's still the tangible asset, and your ownership of a token represents an ownership in that standard asset, in that tokenized asset, in the underlying tangible asset. And it will be run by a management company, which currently needs to be centralized, yet the operations can be decentralized. The back end of that can be decentralized. And then distributions can start centralized and end decentralized. So there is that link between in the operations on ground.
Yeah, that it looks like every step of the way looks like a lot of effort. So good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trish, for your comment. I believe that everything should have two sides. Yeah, the human side, because all tech is not a fancy thing that's made for tech. Tech is there to empower all of us and to help us all become better human beings and live better lives. So that's why and at blockchain we do believe in that. Block Square, we do believe in that. At Block Square, we do believe that blockchain should revolutionize everything in our lives, and it's not an end result. It's a tool to an end result that's much greater. Is there any other questions you would like to answer? We still have 3 minutes, I believe. So I would like to thank you all. If there is no other questions, I would like to thank you all and tell you that going towards tomorrow with Block Square becomes easier, because we can allow any individual on any company to get a marketplace and start again impacting the community in a very important way and impacting themselves financially. So get in touch with us. Thank you, Block Talk. Thank you, Artem. Thank you for the whole team. I believe that today's talks have been, as I said, inspiring in the beginning. If there's any other questions for me, otherwise I'll leave the stage to other speakers. There's a question that reached me now about NFTs in real estate. And beyond the craze of NFTs today, I am sure that NFTs do have a position or a place in real estate and in the in real estate environment. I do believe, however, that probably not all the uses that we are seeing today are the ultimate uses of that piece of tech. Within the coming few years, I'm sure that we will have NFTs integrated into many of the businesses, and as well as all other advancements that are happening today. Another question about metaverse that came also. What do we do, or how is metaverse impacting the real life assets that are outside the metaverse? I believe that's part of the general. That's part of the um, general development that we have. It would not impact anything outside the metaverse, because I do believe that offline and online have distinguished characteristics and will stay having those. So we have Rakesh here saying, I think real estate board should authorize tokens for property owners so that they can sell real estate on blockchain. Rakesh, I don't believe it will start by allowing every individual, but I believe it will start by allowing regulated entities, which is currently the situation. So allowing those entities to be able to tokenize and sell those tokens. And I don't believe secondary trading of tokens will be allowed in the first stage, but that's for stages to come. And then we will develop to those with time. How do you vision? Sorry, guys, I'm not able to read all, but I'm reading as much as possible. How do you vision the right of living in a property you own only a fraction of? You're a tenant. So imagine you manage a company and you're also a partner in the company. Those are two distinct approaches to that entity. The property is an entity. You live in it as a tenant and you own a part of it. You're paying yourself part of the rent. That's a different dynamic, but it's simply manageable. Tell us what the economy of metaverse would look like. Economy of metaverse. Look, I'm not versed in metaverse, but I would tell you the following. I believe that metaverse will impact education big time. Metaverse will impact medcare, will impact our lives, our future generations, because of the applications that are possible. Imagine that you can have the children live every experience that you would make them live outside today within an environment that's approximately controlled. So I believe there's so much opportunity there. What the economy would look like, I believe that it will be similar to real life economy today, but it will be translated in the digital world. And I believe we're there. We're very near. So we have another question here about, can people tokenize property in Dubai now? Yes, they can. Yet, can they tokenize the property itself? Not yet. Currently, for a property to be tokenized, you need the property under an SPV. And then after having the property under an SPV, you will be tokenizing the financial rights behind it. So it's still not a straightforward asset-backed token, but we're getting there. Again, legislation is being put together to get there.
Okay.
If we have time, there is another question here. If we don't, we can take it offline.
Hamza.
Akram, thank you very much.
It's a pleasure.
It was a pleasure. So we're getting back to offline part again. We have Jakub Jelinski here. He is the co-founder and CTO of Outlet. And he also teaches all these topics on the University of Economics here in Prague. So we're probably going to get more fundamentals, more analysis, more into the tokenomics.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. That's correct.
Can you see my presentation? I guess yes, you can. Halfway. I started teaching about crypto back in 2014 at the University of Economics, or Prague University of Economics and Business. It changed its name, and I have hundreds of international students, and their task is to make a fundamental analysis, to learn how to do make a fundamental analysis, and to discover whether there are some fundamentals or not in crypto projects. So that's what we do. We consult projects and build tokenomics for projects, and also we run a fund in the Netherlands, and we build portfolio for our clients, and try to allocate the money into projects that have fundamentals rather than just bubbles. So we will start with the fundamental analysis, what it is, and then I will tell you what we do, what indicators you can follow, and how to assess a project, because there are so many projects right now, so many ideas for tokenization, and most of them are not very valuable. So I will speak about how to distinguish. Normally, you would have three types of analysis: fundamental, technical, and sentimental. While in crypto, we also have on-chain analysis, which is like a wet dream of every macroeconomist or every analyst, that you have all the data that you can read from the blockchain, which is transparent, immutable. So this is something very special when you do analysis. But let's talk about the fundamentals, which is what we usually do. Technical analysis is more for speculation. You read from the graph what the history was, and then you try to project it to the future. And because many people do the same thing, it can give you some advice whether it's the right time to invest in something or not. But it's not about the project itself, it's just about the price of the token. The sentimental analysis is about the feelings. Today, the feelings are very, very low. People are scared, of course, because Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies have been falling very significantly. They've been falling since the end of November, so it didn't come as a surprise to me. But still, it's rather short time, and it applies to the market as a whole, because the market is quite heavily correlated. Well, the fundamental analysis examines that particular project. And now the question is whether there is value and whether people actually use it, or just speculate for the price, hoping to sell the token to a greater flow in the future. So it's the utility and nothing else that drives non-speculative demand. And for years, there only was the speculative demand, maybe apart from Bitcoin, which serves like money, like currency, but all the other projects, there were just some wishes that you believe that there is potential that maybe someday people will use it, but that's pretty much it. So for years and years, we always said that investing in cryptocurrency is like investing into a startup, into a technology, and it's a very risky investment. Is this still valid? Well, not so much anymore, because since last year, some projects are actually being used. It started with DeFi. This is something that people actually do. It's not just speculating on the future. So today, it's like the golden age for the fundamental analysis, and it will be more the case in the future, because people are actually using some crypto or DLT, and be it in NFTs, be it in games or DeFi. So what the blockchain is good for? Because years ago, people thought, and some people still try to sell this idea that Bitcoin is like a panacea, like a cure for every disease, it's good for everything. It's not. It basically does three things. It solves the problem with trust for third parties. So for the first time, you can transfer or hold value in the digital form without having to rely on a trusted third party. Also, it's an enabled database, a record, which is the original use case because Bitcoin was developed or invented by Satoshi Nakamoto, but blockchain technology was not. It was coined in a scientific paper by Haber and Stornina in the early 90s as a time-stamping machine, like distributed, secure way how to petrify some piece of information forever. And also, it helps to deal with ego of participants in a project. So an example, you've got a shared database or shared ledger among European banks, and now you need to decide who will be in charge of the ledger of the database. Will it be HSBC? Will it be Deutsche Bank or Societe Generale? With blockchain, you don't need to deal with this question. Even if the participants trust each other, they do not want to put somebody else in charge. So you have a decentralized solution and you don't need to do that. The question is, do you really need it? Because if you don't need to solve or deal with any of these issues, then you don't need to use a DLT. Another question, is blockchain cheap? Well, not really. Blockchain as a technology, it has two, or crypto economics, like the science for studying these, has two pillars, and only one is the technological one. The other one is in the economic motivation. And in order to have a really decentralized network, you need to have a lot of independent, motivated nodes. And this is a problem with many layer 2s and also layer 1s, that they just don't have this. So if you don't have this, you're building an expensive database. One of the roles of the tokens can be that it's some kind of reward for those who maintain the ledger. When there are two basic types of projects, and ones are the platforms, and the other ones are applications or tokens related to applications on these platforms. And there are two distinct things, like the highway, that's the platform, and the car, that's the application. And the question is how many types of highways, how many platforms we need. And because what people use in the end of the day are rather the cars, the application. So usually I advise nobody to build their own blockchain. If you have a good idea for a good project, still some people want or have this idea, well, we will build a blockchain for this. I don't think that this is the good idea, just like it's not a good idea to build a highway or road building company. So blockchain is not really cheap. It's not that fast. It's fast compared to legacy systems, of course, but it's not that fast compared to modern centralized databases. But it is secure, immutable, and it solves the problem of trust. So these are the very basics. Differences between coins and tokens. Coins have their own highway in their platforms, where tokens are built on that, like ERC20 tokens built on Ethereum. Now, if you want to build a better highway, a better platform, should it have its own nodes, or should it be connected to a platform like Ethereum? There are a lot of layer 2s built for games, like Running for Axie Infinity, Harmony, which is used for many projects, for instance, DeFi Kingdoms, and so on and so forth. The question whether the coin should be mined or pre-mined, I don't think that it's that important anymore, and it's not that important for the user. The tokenomics must be addressed for every particular project in the context of it. And the same, I would say, about proof of work, proof of stake, and the alternatives like graph or directed acyclic graph. What I find most important is the specialization. of the coin. Because some projects, they want to do everything, but then you do nothing. And there's quite a lot of theory about it, that some functions of money are contradictory. In the early days, when I started to be interested in crypto, around 2013, every coin wanted to be the new Bitcoin. Everyone wanted to be the better currency for all the functions, to be the better store of value, but be the better medium of exchange. But it just doesn't make sense because these functions are contradictory. Different people have different attitudes, they have different motivations why to use money. Like Alice dilemma, this is an example that I like to use. Once in 2014-15, I went to Olomouc with Alice Yonda. Now he works for Coanalysis. And he asked me a question. Imagine you have 100 crowns or $100, or I have $100, but you decide what should I do with it? Shall I spend it or shall I burn it? What would you do with it? So you would want me to spend it. Why? Just because you're a nice person and you don't want to see the world burn. Yeah, that's understandable, but would anyone want me to burn the money instead of spending it? Yeah. Uh-huh. Why? Good. Yeah. But even if you are a good person, just a rational person, maybe if I burn my money, the money supply will decrease, and then the value of the money that you already have will go up. The point is that people have different intentions and they have different economic status. They are different types of agents. So if you are an engineer and you're already sitting on a pile of money, you would prefer me to burn it, while if you earn money by being an entrepreneur, by being a worker, you would want me to spend the money, because then it boosts the economy, and at the end of the day, part of the money might enter your own pocket. So you always need to think about the target audience, what they want to do with the money. Why? There are no general answers to questions of tokenomics. Gresham's law, you probably heard about it. It says that if you have two currencies which are operating in the same monetary area, then the inflationary one is a better medium of exchange because people want to spend it, while the one that keeps the value or is deflationary, people will not want to spend it. So it's a lousy medium of exchange, but it's a good store of value. And this applies to Bitcoin, because with Lightning Network, Bitcoin transactions are instant and basically for free, but still people hoard it, or they keep to hold it, but they tend to hold it because of this Gresham law, because they think that this is the store of value, which prevents Bitcoin from being an excellent medium of exchange. Jan Tinbergen was the first winner of the so-called Nobel Prize for Economics, and his rule says that if you have more monetary targets, you need to have more monetary instruments. It doesn't necessarily mean that you need to have more currencies, but it's one of the ways how to do it, and it definitely makes some sense. So what indicators to follow? The specialization, the utility of the currency is the first thing to look at. Does it have a clear goal? Does it have a clear role? Or does it just want to do everything? Like in many projects, you have staking just because people believe that staking will push up the price of the token and it will add some more speculation. And then you add more and more ingredients into your pot, and you hope to cook the perfect coin, which is not a very good idea. Does it have a competitor? Are there other projects doing exactly the same? Does it come with a new technology, or at least new application of the same technology in a different context? What about the developer team? Are they experienced? Are there experience in IT or cryptocurrencies? What projects have they run so far? Community and communication. How big the community is, and also how well the team communicates with the community. How do they deal with troubles? This is important because the bigger the community, the bigger the value of the project. That's the Metcalfe's law. Tradability. Where can I buy the token? Can I buy it on a reputable exchange, or are there liquidity pools on reliable decentralized exchanges? How can I get to it, and can I sell it? Is it liquid? And also, has it been implemented to hardware wallet? Can I keep it in Trezor or Ledger, or at least MetaMask? Or do I need to have some obscure wallet which is not secure? Is it only being traded on some obscure exchanges with shady market caps or volumes? These are important questions. Every new project promises that it will be listed on some of the major exchanges, but that's very complicated and expensive. And real usage, that's becoming more and more important. Are people actually using it? And if yes, for what? This gives us another indicator, which wasn't there not a long time ago. What's the market cap divided by the users? So if you have a game like Axie Infinity, and which is quite a nice game, I like it, I even played it. It reminds me of Angry Birds Epic, which I played till the end. I liked it, so I like Axie Infinity, but the valuation for one player is ridiculous. It's way, way above of traditional games or gaming studios, which are better. So, what sources to use? First of all, I always start with the web, because this is how the developers or the team around the currency wants you to perceive it. So you learn about the way they communicate and how serious they are with their intention. The white paper, are there new ideas? Are the ideas robust or watertight enough? Or are they stolen from different white papers? GitHub. Even if you are not a programmer, you learn at least how active the team is, how many commits there are, and how often they're added. The official blog, this is a source for the communication. Again, you learn about how the team communicates. Twitter and other social media, that gives you the info about how active the community is. LinkedIn, information about the developers, about the team, and media. So if a project is bigger, does it have a media coverage or not? And this also informs you about the sentiment. YouTube. I don't trust YouTubers much. I follow a couple of YouTubers which are reasonable, but that's like very little of them, very few of them. The problem with the project is that they always look nice on paper, or most of them look nice on paper, but in the end, when you do the fundamental analysis, it's more like this. So this is a scene stolen from one of the people from a Czech movie about the 90s, when there were a lot of developers that promised great projects to banks and investors, and then they build nothing and just run away with the money. And this is the case for most of the crypto projects. So, is it easy or difficult to find a unicorn? Everybody wants to find a unicorn. Everybody dreams about going 20 years back to the dot-com bubble and buy Google or Amazon. Everybody wants to be the new Google or Amazon. My point is that you don't need to do that, because it's very difficult to identify these successful projects. But there are 99% of the projects which are shitty, and it's way easier to identify the shitty projects and then short them And that's exactly what I do at the moment. No, it's back on. Yeah, so I'm not very unhappy about the market situation today because I identified a couple of projects that were falling way faster than Bitcoin, and then you can build some liquidity to reinvest it or buy crypto when it's in the dip. So this is easier. You can just focus on the project which are no low caps. Low caps are too wild and the price is easily manipulatable. While projects in top 100 on CoinMarketCap, some of them are ridiculous or overvalued, and you can just short them. So, how to design a good currency? You need to answer a couple of questions. Does the project itself make sense? Is the problem they're saying they're dealing with a real problem? Or is it just nobody's issue? Does it need a blockchain? Does it need to have a decentralized solution? In one of the first slides, I said there are basically 3 things that a DLT can do. So is this one of the cases? Usually the answer is no. If yes, does it need a token? Again, usually the answer is no. If yes, does it need its own token, or can it just use Bitcoin or any other token? And will there be a real utility? Will there be a demand for the token? Who would want to buy it? Many projects think about distribution of the token, how you will be rewarded for some kind of activity with the token, and then you can sell it. Yes, but who would buy it? That's the point. Who and why would buy it? Who's the target audience? So the question of demand or the demand side of the market is way more important than the supply. Of course, the supply is also important. Is the distribution reasonable? Do they have a reasonable distribution schedule? Or do they just give 60% of the tokens to the developers and VCs and their friends? So this is a more advanced question, but also it needs to be answered when you identify a reasonable project. Also, if you keep too many tokens within the team, it might trigger some regulators. So it's a regulatory red flag as well. Then, okay, so how to identify the business plan? Now I'm talking about the business plan of just the project as it is. So will there be some money? Because it's like a business project. You have a product, you want people to use the product and you want to make money on that. Does it make sense? Even in non-blockchain businesses, many entrepreneurs just draw this hockey stick graph and somehow magically, exponentially, the profits will go up and the revenues will go up. So instead of that, we use Minsky, which is a software developed by Steve Keen, the winner of the Reward Award for the best prediction of the financial crisis in 2008. And it's designed to do exactly this, that you put parameters, variables, accounting tables, and you monitor the flows of money and flows of users and stuff like that, so that you can do some actual math and calculus and get to more reasonable numbers and more reasonable graphs, which are not just wishful thinking. In these models, you have stakeholders, agents, which have different motivations. You have groups of agents which have different motivations why to use the token. Some of them will just be speculating. Some of them will get the rewards, but then they will just put it into the market because they don't want to do anything with it. They just want to sell it, cash out, and that's it. Some of them will want to use it in this scenario or another. So you need to identify the agents and their behavior. And then you start thinking about the token and what it should do. And the point is that if you do a rigorous model, the outcomes of it will surprise you. So you will need to change the parameters, change the speed of the distribution again and again, and then you might come to some more reasonable or sustainable outcome. The problem is that vast majority of the projects in crypto, they don't do anything like this. And then their projects fail. And before they fail, they realize that some of the stakeholders, some of the nodes or types of nodes, they just are not incentivized enough. The rewards are too small. So they have a bubble and the bubble is leaking. So they fix it with the duct tape, and then it's leaking somewhere else. And then they remake the tokenomics again and again, like FIDA. FIDA is a good project for streaming video. It has a lot of strong partners. It has millions of users, but it has a lousy tokenomics because they never done anything like this. And that's why these projects will fail sooner or later. Because you don't know the parameters. There is no way how you can know the parameters. You just know ranges in which these can be. You need to make a Monte Carlo simulation. So you randomly give numbers to these parameters, and then you rerun the simulations, and then you take some averages, and it teaches you about the boundaries and about the possible scenarios that can happen in the model, so that you can expect in advance what can happen and prepare for these red flags. Because the models often crash. And it's better if it crashes in the model than in reality. What can the tokens do? I'm almost finishing. Utility tokens, that's good if there is the utility. So what's the utility? What can it do? Is it a voucher for a service? Is it a forced usage? Doesn't mean that, well, I have a brilliant product, I have a great service, but you only can use it if you buy my token. Not bad, but not great either. Yeah, not great, not terrible. It's better if you can use the service without the token, especially if the service works without any crypto whatsoever, and the token just enhances your experience. So it's a way how to gain more customers, more clients, or to improve their experience so that they stick with your project and don't run to competition. Some exclusivity, it's like with NFTs, you have the NFT and now you are a member of an exclusive club. Well, that's great. You can do the same thing, but fungible tokens, so you can get some exclusive bonuses, or it opens you some secret parts of the app or of your experience. So this might make some sense. Gas fees, this applies to the platforms, to the highways. This is clear enough. That's pretty much enough what it can do, which is with ETH or Ether does for Ethereum. Well, but it's difficult to build a highway because you need to motivate the nodes and you need to get tons of them. And not just nodes, but also full nodes to keep the copy of the blockchain. It's quite complicated. Currency, I don't think that world needs more currencies. Bitcoin does that quite well. It's great if you have a liquid token which can be used as a currency. Why not? But it's not designed to be one. Bitcoin is designed to be store of value and the reserve currency, and I don't think that anyone serious wants to compete with it anymore. I don't think that anyone wants to do that since like 2016 or something. So even today, and more so in the close future, people will not care about what currency they have. They will just pay with the currency that they have, and the receiver of the transaction receives the currency which they want, and the transaction or the exchange happens seamlessly in the background. Nobody knows about it, nobody cares about it. You can also have a marketplace with the currency, and it's like the forced usage. You have a designated marketplace or designated currency for a marketplace. Well, it can work, not great, not terrible again. Security tokens are more problematic because it's somehow illegal. It's a gray zone, but if your project becomes bigger, you will have troubles with the regulators. And Many people, I would say, are not serious enough about this. Governance tokens, yeah. I'm not a huge fan of governance tokens. I like them very much in theory. They allow us to experiment with some new ways of governance, which is amazing to be part of it. The ways we govern our society, corporations, politics, they are outdated, heavily outdated. Like Harari said, they correspond with the Industrial Revolution in the first half of the 20th century. So we need something new, but we are not there yet. Using these governance tokens, we are rather discovering the wrong ways. Well, this is not the way. This is not the way. But because it's liquid, it's tokenized, then you can change your opinion. And people are very honest with voting with the tokens because they're voting with their money. That's amazing. There are many projects which only have governance tokens, like Uniswap, but who would like to make the governance about a DeFi protocol? I wouldn't. So who's the target audience? Maybe some VCs, but for a normal guy, it doesn't make any sense. Again, I like Axie Infinity, but they have a governance token without any governance. I can imagine governance tokens in games because some players would want to sell their grandma just to be able to add some new features to the game or vote about some rules or create new items, but that's not what the token does. That's not what it does. I used to be an in-game developer, and I was responsible for things like that. So I know that the community is very excited about governance. They will work for you for free just to be part of it, but that's not what most of the governance tokens do. They do nothing. And yes, stable coins, of course. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your attention. I can't see any questions. If I don't have...
Right. As an economist, what's your point of view on El Salvador and the potential in Bitcoin?
Yeah, this is a brilliant question. Thank you for that. They have not very much to lose because it's one of the poorest countries in the world with highest levels of criminality. And the president was brave to do that. But I'm quite skeptical about it in the long run. I think it's great that it happened, but if I was an inhabitant of El Salvador, I would be quite afraid that once Nayib Bukele does not win the election, if he doesn't get re-elected, maybe the Bitcoin will just get lost. Also, this is this is an interesting experiment because most of the people just don't want to be self-reliant. They don't want to keep money on their own to be the key keeper. So they need the trusted third parties. That's why El Salvador provided the Chivo wallet, and there were reports that some of the money was stolen or disappeared from it, which is the risk of the trusted third parties. But what I like about it is that you still, as an inhabitant or citizen of El Salvador, you can use your own wallets. You are not forced to use the centralized Chivo. So I'm glad that it's happening, and it's risky. It might work. It might work because they were the first. So they attracted a lot of attention. Now perhaps billions of people know about El Salvador and where it is. So it's nice. Investors, miners might come there, and it's happening. So it might be a good bet. But if it was a richer country, which with more at stake, I would not recommend such a move. Do we have any other questions? So thank you for your attention again. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And we have just finished a project as a consulting company. We consulted tokenomics and usability of tokens for a project doing just like that, like facilitating money transfers between layers on Ethereum and between platforms. And yeah, there are ecosystem like Cosmos trying to do the same thing. And of course, then there are centralized services like Binance, which basically also can be used to do that. I wonder why Binance doesn't focus on that part of the market more. So yeah, definitely it makes sense. I like the layer twos. The problem with those is that they usually have technical issues. Even the biggest ones, for the biggest games like Immutable X for Gods Unchained, I've been trying to withdraw money from that since Tuesday. So that doesn't make me very happy now, right? Because I wanted to sell on Tuesday, not now. There are very often problems with drawing, which X Infinity runs on. So users want to have a smooth experience. They don't care that much about the technology. They don't care that much about decentralization. They want it to be cheap. They want it to be fast, and they want it to be reliable. And I don't see any chain or layer that does that in full. That's why interoperability is important, so that you can switch with your project from one chain to another. So that's what hacking does, for instance, and it makes sense, at least now.
All right. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next up should have been Bojana from gaming, but she told us that she's not able to do it today. So we're jumping ahead. And we have Yaroslav.
Все съебанная презентация. У него же было видно, вот что. Все съебанная. Нет, почему? Где? Он ее перестал стримить.
Yaroslav, it's yours.
Yeah. Thank you for introduction. I'm really actually, I'm prepared for your extremely boring presentation.
Нам нужно, чтобы он стримил.
200 slides about protection. I'm thinking, of course. Okay, can I ask you guys how many of you have lost funds in the DeFi protocol? So, personally, I'm a farmer and I lost 1,800 USD in some Chinese project. How many of you buying DeFi insurance? No? Nobody. Yeah, actually, I worked before Atarica, Ace Market Protocol, and I working as a business analyst in the integration team. And one of my responsibilities is customer development and business. And I really like to hear any feedback about insurance, what you need, what you want, and maybe about roadblocks. Okay. Next, let's talk about what happened in 2021 in the DeFi security and insurance. Actually, we start 2021 with 21 billion of TVL, and at the end of this year it was 250 billion in the different DeFi protocols, blockchains, and actually TVL just increased 10 times. But can you see anything from the graph? Actually, since November, TVL is stagnating. It's roughly about something between 200 billion and 260 billion, and I just checked TVL on the DeFi Llama, and now it's 200 million. So TVL is stagnating, and the main goal and the main goal and mission of our team to prevent roadblocks for the next TVL goal. Because I strongly believe one of the reasons why TVL are not growing, maybe institutionals, whales, and family offices, funds, maybe need more protection, more security in the DeFi. And as you can see, during the 2021, the DeFi lost about, hacker has stolen about 1.3 billion from different DeFi protocols. It's a 10 time high. It's 160% bigger versus 2020. We can compare it with San Marino GDP. It's like small, nice country GDP. Yeah, if you compare total TA with total value lost, at the end of the year it would be just 12%. But if we will compare the different numbers at 21 billions with 1.2 billion, it will be 6%. It's quite huge. Yeah, and 80% of DeFi projects was unaudited. But anyway, audit cannot protect you from hacks, exploits, anything. And actually, till end of the year, we would like to launch a new auditor, and this auditor will be backed by protection and security. We would like to offer to the market like a subscription for audit and security protection and insurance protection. Our outsource company, Prototype.io, can audit Web2 and Web3 projects, especially front-end, and our Atomica team can provide insurance for like your protocol if your front-end will be hacked. Doesn't matter Web2 or Web3. You can claim like some loss funds, and Atomica protocol will be regarded loss funds, but just an idea. Yeah. And famous Polymetric last year lost 600 millions. It was the biggest hack in the DeFi history. Okay, what's next? Can you see any issue on this graph? Yeah, actually, TVL going to the roof, increasing every year, but TVL, insured TVL are not growing, and you can see a huge gap between insured TVL and total TVL. By different reports, only 1 or 2% of TVL just insured, and other TVL are not insured. It's a huge risk for all DeFi ecosystem. And you can see as well total GDP of of the insurance premium just 0.2%. And you can compare it with real economy in the developing countries like Thailand, South Africa, the total insurance premium about 20% of GDP. In developed countries, it's 10% of GDP. So it's 100 times difference between DeFi insurance premiums and real world. It's just one real-life example how DeFi growth can be stagnated because it's underinsured. Several years ago, Airbnb startup faced this some issue. One of the Airbnb guests ruined one host property, and actually AG host published this story across all sorts of social networks, and after that story, many hosts decided to leave Airbnb. And, basically, it was the end of the Airbnb business. And so famous VC, Mark Anderson, came to the founders of Airbnb and suggested like property protection, property insurance. And after a long night discussion, the guys decided to provide 50,000 protection for all Airbnb costs, and it's dramatically changed all industry. And now we know Airbnb as the most successful project in the market. I'd like to talk a little bit about our team. So our core team based in Belarus and Minsk. Personally, originally I am from Russia, Siberia. Our CEO, Renat Katsanshin, based in Puerto Rico, United States. He has more than 20 years in the insurance industry and development industry. And Renat also founder of Rokafire, outsourcing company that are developing different blockchain applications, SAPs. IPFS, outsourcing company working on the cloud deployments. Previously, Rokafire and Africa developed a risk protocol, and this protocol providing insurance for African farmers. And actually, now African farmers can protect the small farms just from mobile phones. We have brilliant mathematician Konstantin Tsinenkov. Actually, previously he worked for Belarusian Central Bank. Now we're hiring a few guys from South America as well. And actually, our team developing risk transfer and insurance protocol, and you can think about our protocol as a Linux for insurance. Also, our team developing building blocks and third-party projects like DeFi, finance, metaverse, can use our building blocks and protect the ecosystem funds by using different SDKs, APIs, web widgets. How we can see DeFi world, and yeah, I would like to talk a little bit about current unsolved DeFi problem. First of all, 99% of DeFi projects are not insured. I would say the biggest reason for that because human decides on the listing of new projects. Technically, now we must go to the biggest insurance protocol like Nexus Mutual, and you should publish a proposal to make an insurance for your protocol. You should pass audits and everything. It can take several months. And our team developed web user, and you can create your risk markets. You can create your insurance policies. Just spending a few hours or a couple of days, or ethnic integration team can do it for you, or Rokafire team can do it for you as well. Another problem, insurance policies are insurance protection are quite expensive. Why is that? Because it's still price is still determined by humans, and humans decides about protection price. But we strongly believe it should be automatic, should be calculated automatically, like should be using compound or our scoring model, and insurance cost will be depend of risk utilization. So if under data scanning and already protect your capital, you can enjoy by cheap insurance. If new project, your protection cost can be a little bit higher. And another biggest problem is the Ethereum gas cost. The most insurance protocol, the most famous insurance protocol, still deployed on Ethereum, and our protocol will be multi-chain from Ethereum. We're planning to deploy our platform on Phantom, Polygon, Binance Smart Chain, and other Ethereum compatible protocols. And another problem is DeFi DAO conflict of interest, because most famous and biggest insurance protocol controlled by DAO, and sometimes DAO can decide to reject your claim because DAO controlled by the biggest nexus or other protocol for controllers, and sometimes it's better to reject your claim. And we're planning to deploy automatic parametric claims, especially for stable coins DPEG, probably USDT that can lose, let's say, 80% of value, and just imagine now it costs 20 cents, and you can go to the atomic deployment page and automatically return back, let's say, 90 cents in USDC or DAO, just in another stable coins. If you previously bought USDT insurance, you can use automatic parametric claim the money back without any DAOs and waiting for weeks and months. How we can solve typical DeFi protocol problems. So first of all, we already discussed about fast time to market. Protection can be deployed. Protection for the protocol can be deployed in a few days. Otherwise, you can go to some audit firms like Septic, other audit firms. These guys nowadays are really busy, and you can spend weeks for a few months to pass your audit. Can be really expensive. Any protocol would like to bring more users, attract more users, and TV, and we strongly believe the best UI is no UI, and DeFi protocols can embed our deposit protection options directly in their UI and decentralized applications. I will show it in the next slides, and how we can how DeFi projects can attract more TVA. Technically, if you project like PancakeSwap, if you're rewarding your liquidity providers, you usually buy some tokens. Just imagine protocols like PancakeSwap providing 20% of rewards for liquidity providers. Technically, you can send 2% of rewards to atomic insurance pool, and another 80% you can sell. You can transfer to your users, and finally you can show your users protected loot. Something will happen with your smart contract protocol, and the users can come to the atomic clearing page and Another problem, protocol liquidity. The final one, any protocol would like to earn more fees, more commissions. If your DAO will decide to create this market and protection products for your protocol, you can earn additional fees and percent of paid premiums. So finally, you can earn additional money if the user buy insurance for your protocol. How embedding can look like. Actually, I prepared these pictures for the balancer proposal. Technically, balancer can add the additional button, protection button, and if user clicking the protection button, finally user can the total value locked in the DeFi in the balancer tools, and user can see the protection cost. It can be 1.2%, right? And we can add deposit protection button in the investment window as well. So if user click these buttons, we can show the pop-up window, and user can buy a protection directly from the protocol. The biggest difference is other protocol. Using perpetual protection, perpetual policies. Sometimes if you would like to protect many farms, many dexes, many metaverse games, if you come into protocols like insurance, Nexus, usually you can buy only fixed terms protection policies, 1 month, 1 year, and sometimes it can be totally mess because you don't know why it's. You cannot like update your policies. You should remember when policies will be expired. In protection policies, anytime you can top up more money. It's like a mobile contract. You can top up more money, and your policy term will be like prolonged automatically. For example, user top up 50 USDC, and this policy will be active 2 months. But if you need more than 2 months, probably 6 months, user can easily add more money to this policy, and this policy will be prolonged automatically. Another nice feature, unit order. Actually, unit order can protect you from unit order can activate your policy if protection cost will be low. Let's say below 5%, your protection policy will be activated automatically. If price will be increased maybe up to 10%, your insurance policy will be deactivated. It's like limited protection, but anyway, limited protection sometimes better than nothing. And I forgot another nice thing. If you don't need this policy anymore, you can withdraw money and buy another insurance policy. You cannot give this under insurance companies with another insurance protocol. And yeah, previously we already talked about protected yield, how it can look like. For example, it's a balancing window, and you can see, let's say, standard APR can be 43%, and protected APR can be 42%. And if you invest in your assets in the balancer pool, your asset will be automatically protected. It's a big deal for funds and institutions.
yeah, how it works. Yeah, as already described, so liquidity providers can stake assets to the balancer, and the balancer can send maybe 40% rewards to the liquidity providers and another 2% of rewards to atomic insurance pool. And another nice embedding feature is a atomic embedded safety model as a service. It's parasol window, but we would like to multiply it for another protocols, and we would like to provide safety model as a service. Actually, users and underwriters can contribute in your protocol safety. Technically, users can stake their asset in the balancer pools, and after that, users can stake balancer LPs and your safety model. And actually, we can do two birds by one stone. By using safety model, protocol can increase protocol safety, and we can improve token liquidity because your users can stake your token in the balancer pool, probably with the most liquid assets like Ethereum, USDC, maybe DAI, and after that, as we discussed, users can stake these LP tokens on balancer in your safety protocol, and this protocol safety balance will be stored in atomic second loss pool. And protocol itself can provide liquidity to the first loss pool if some event will be happen. Firstly, assets will be withdrawn from the first loss pool, and if money, if coverage would be not enough, assets will be withdrawn from the second loss pool. Technically, user assets will be under risk, but protocol can provide some huge rewards to the who contributed in the protocol safety. Actually, our already implemented model, and it works quite well. My time is over. Yeah. We finish with this year. We're planning to create a high protection deposit DAO. Probably we would like to invite some the biggest high protocols like Compound, our Uniswap, Balancer, yeah. And as we discussed, we plan to create audit and insurance as a service for the Web 2.0 and Web 3.0 protocols, and this protection will be actually available for all sites, no matter Web 2, Web 3, and finally guys can protect from front end from the hacks and attacks. I think it's multi-billion market, and that's it from my side. And thank you for your attention.
Do we have questions?
It's complicated.
Телефон.
Yeah, we can protect. We can provide protection from smart contract attacks, from protocol attacks, from stablecoin DPS,
Bitcoin, Bitcoin, content attacks. Yeah, I forgot to say, maybe if you buy an insurance in the famous protocols, you are not fully protected, because if you buy an insurance for against DeFi smart contract attack, you're protected only from the DeFi attack, but DeFi investing your funds in different protocols like other protocols. If your protocol will be attacked, you can lose your money. But yeah, actually, market needs some bundled insurance, like I would say insurance supermarket. You can into supermarket insurance, you can have different protection to go one basket and pay to all things.
Right? Thank you. So we're jumping into an offline session right now, or online?
Online.
Online, all right. So the next speaker is Wolf Kao, and he's going to be talking on topics of metaverse.
Hello, thanks for having me. Artem, I want to really thank you for all your kind coordination, for inviting me to give this talk. And we discussed that I would keep it relatively basic and not go too deeply into some of the more technical intricacies that are unfortunately or fortunately involved in the DAO environment. So let me go to my PowerPoint presentation that I'm sharing here and set this up correctly so I actually can see what you guys can see. Okay. So what I want to talk about today is the evolution of DAOs and DAO governance, most importantly. Just by way of background, so I'm a law professor, and I came into the field as a new institutional economist. So I studied under Christian Kirchner and other new institutional economists, and wrote my PhD under him. I was then at Travas and at Goldman Sachs in London. I have published over 100 articles and a book on DAO governance. And I spent the last year, so that took me about 10 years. I am now building DAO communities. I'm currently working on 5 different DAO communities. I've been working with the DevX DAO actively in making the let me go to full screen here. In building the model that I'm describing in the book. And so yeah, so that's my background for everybody. So the roadmap here I want to walk through is so in this half hour, and I think we have community questions that are part of this half hour. So I'm going to start with very much basics. Distributed ledger technology and smart contracts are really the precursors for DAOs. So if corporations are bundles of contracts that are written down on paper, then I think we can assume and analogize that DAOs are bundles of smart contracts that coordinate human behavior. Yeah. And but before I talk about DAOs, I want to really talk about the evolution of asset-light businesses and the governance implications, in order to illustrate the impact that DAOs have and where DAOs are coming from out of these experiences. And then I'll talk a little bit about the decentralized DAO governance as a key infrastructure product, which a lot of people misunderstand and or don't appreciate enough, because without proper governance, DAOs cannot or are very unlikely to subsist. Yeah. So let's see here if I can make this big. Is this still all visible now? Okay, I'll just keep going. Okay, so So then I will talk about a little bit about DAO washing. This is this problem that we have, where we have about 10,000 DAOs around the world right now, and 99% of them use a label for DAO that is arguably inadequate because the underlying structure is not decentralized, and there's 5 or 10 people who are calling all the shots, and they're trying to sell DAO governance because DAOs are sexy right now. So there's greenwashing, and then now we have DAO washing. And we're expecting around 50,000 to 100,000 DAOs by the end of this year. So a lot of the DAO washing that's happening is unfortunate for the industry, but I guess also necessary to sort of distinguish those projects that can survive and those that can't. Then I'll talk a little bit about DAO risk mitigation and the models, but we probably won't have time to go too deeply into that. So let me start out with this. Everybody knows Bitcoin, and there's an ongoing debate about whether it's a bubble or not. Right now Bitcoin is coming down again, but there's this vision in the community that Bitcoin actually can make the world a better place. And it's very similar in the DAO context, where DAOs are literally taking what Bitcoin kicked off to the next level and create decentralized commerce, decentralized solutions for society that help society overcome many of the issues that still afflict society, right? And so where's all this coming from? So it's coming from this evolution of innovation that we've seen with the personal computer, internet, social media platforms. And now we're in 2022, and the real innovation is coming out of this combination of different industries and different innovations coming out of different industries. So this is sensors, blockchain, AI, of course. And there are long debates where people are arguing that AI is becoming a conscious evolutionary mechanism in the next 5 to 10 years. And so what comes out of this and what humans can do with these machines and these algorithms, that is literally changing the way humanity interacts, right? And DAOs have a very succinct spot in this, and I'll talk about the background in a second. So all of this is an extension of the internet years, and so Bitcoin is really sort of the tip of the iceberg. So some people say, oh, what is this with this analogy? The iceberg is under the tip of the iceberg, and the iceberg underneath is the danger that brought the Titanic down, right? That's not what this is, right? This is more about illustration of how powerful everything that's under the waterline is. And then it starts really with governance, right? Smart property, voting, but governance is really what helps us propel this initiative that was started with Bitcoin into the next phase, right? And so all of this is based on smart contracts. And then smart contracts obviously are this idea of removing paper and creating legal rules in code, right? So this is this idea of dynamically created contracts in code that automatically execute and are filed when certain conditions are met. So this is a very basic if X, then Y type format. And on that, through code, we can build entire systems for society. So a quick comparison here is the traditional contract versus the smart contract. So it's all about removing transaction costs, right? So the traditional contract often can take many days. You have to write it down. You have to hire lawyers. So with the smart contract, once the template is out in open source code, it takes minutes to move these contracts and to clone these contracts and move them into a different context, right? And then, of course, we have manual remittance versus automatic. Everything is automated. Escrow. The smart contract itself is an escrow, right? The deposit is held in the smart contract itself and won't be released until certain conditions are met. And then it's very, very inexpensive, right? So all these transaction costs can be cut out, and that's why a lot of legacy businesses are really actively now looking at this. And then, of course, we have virtual presence and not physical presence. And the lawyers, I actually disagree with the last point. I think lawyers are still needed to upgrade this and get these systems online in a fully compliant legal way. But that's an ongoing process. And we've just spawned and kicked off 3 legal DAOs that help the DevX DAO with all these legal issues that are still revolving around DAO and DAO creation, right? So this is all We're handling this through, we're eating our own dog food, and we're creating DAOs for lawyers to help other DAOs get compliant and legal. Okay, so where are we at? This is, I'll give it away. This is the arrow, right? So we're right here in terms of the complexity of things and of smart contracts. And so are we moving in the direction of fully compliant DAOs that enable a form of micro-democracy? Absolutely, but we're not there yet, right? So where we're at right now is we need to get governance for distributed autonomous organizations right. That's the absolute key, and that is happening. We've been working on this for 3 years now with the DevX DAO and several other DAOs, services DAOs that we've been spawning. All of these constructs can over time lead to micro-democracies, right? But there are many incremental steps that have to happen to get to the more complex DAO-based smart contracts and DAO-based solutions on the very right. So where are we coming from? Well, this is all coming from platform businesses, right? So we know Airbnb 9 years versus Marriott brick and mortar business 90 years. What is the value created per employee? Well, look at the stark difference, right? 0.1 million versus 7 million per employee, right? So think about the economies of scale that are coming out of this sharing economy idea, right? And so we see this across the board, that data and intelligence and AI-driven enterprises win just by market capitalization, right? So if you look at the Facebooks, the Amazons, the Alphabets, the Apples, they literally propped up the entire market during the pandemic, when every day was bad news, but still the market went up because the tech companies that deal with data and intelligence were doing so well. So what are the asset and governance implications? So if we look at the asset-heavy businesses versus asset-light businesses, the more data you use, the fewer assets you have, right? So brick and mortar assets. And that has large governance implications. And I'm going into this because I want the audience to understand the role that DAOs play in this. So we have the asset-heavy businesses are typically top-down, shareholder-centric and board of director-centric conglomerates, where we have hierarchies and profits and control mechanisms and monitoring the monitors and all these terrible things that I'm still teaching these things as a law professor, but they don't work well, right? So and a lot of companies that are tech companies have started understanding this, that they need to retain the entrepreneurial startup spirit, right? And so with that, you have to co-create, you have to do experimentation, you have to work in networks, you have to work with ecosystems, platform companies, and so forth, right? So there is a more of a more diversified, equitable engagement. Now that is, of course, to a large extent, only lip services, because you still have a corporate governance structure behind it, right? But they're trying, and the more asset light they are, the more we see these new structures and governance structures emerge. So if we put this in the context of critical resources and value creation, right? So we have physical, financial on the bottom left with traditional hierarchies, and the more we go into value creation as self-organization, we're moving away from these physical, financial, hierarchical structures. And we're moving to the top right, where we have distributed value creation. And in this context, here's the DAO, right? That's where the DAO is going. So I'm illustrating this. The more the flatter and the more open you are, the more we're gravitating towards the DAO. So the DAO is literally a natural extension of where platform companies have taken us already in society already, right? So now I want to be clear. This was kicked off literally in the literature by Ronald Coase, the theory of the firm. Then it was perpetuated by Nobel-winning laureates such as Oliver Williamson, Ostrom, Douglas North, and what is coming out of DAO, dynamical DAO governance, and this is, on the very right, this is where I wrote the book with Craig Calcaterra, is literally based on the foundations on governance that come out of these Nobel Prize winning economists. And it's an extension of the theories that are literally almost 100 years old. Okay, so it's a natural evolution. DAOs are a natural evolution of, in governance terms, that come out of Nobel Prize winning structures. Okay, and now are we there? You know, Nobel Prize is always 20 years behind, and I'm not claiming that anyone in DAOs will win the Nobel Prize. It's probably an extension. What I'm saying is there's a natural academic evolutionary context for these kinds of constructs, and that's very important to understand, right? This is not something that's radical. This is a natural extension of what's been written in the literature. Yeah. Okay, so I think I only have a few minutes left in my half hour or so, and I don't want to get into this too deeply, but there's a few things that we have to get right, right? So this is all about principal agent problems, and this is what these Nobel laureates have written about: Rudolf Richter, Christian Kirchner, my PhD supervisor, and others. Right? This is how do we fix the principal agent problem that holds society back? Right? That's where this governance environment belongs. So there was Vitalik who kicked all of this off with the first DAO. Of course, the first DAO was a terrible failure in many ways because it got hacked, and then we had the Ethereum fork as a result of that. But let me talk just a few words about DAO governance. Okay, what is this? What am I showing you here? This beautiful picture. It's a gravel road. Why is a gravel road so important for infrastructure building? Right. So if you want to get materials to build a bridge across a river, to get people to work together on the other side of the river, you need the gravel road to get the materials to the river, right? And that is, in this analogy, and you know, the Romans knew this, so they made sure that all fully established roads lead to Rome, because they knew that would lend power and grow the empire quicker. Now that was, of course, a centralized perspective in this, but what is the gravel road as an infrastructure product in the future of human engagement through decentralized platforms? Well, it is DAO governance, right? You have to get the governance of these constructs right, and they have to be decentralized in order to proliferate all the things that can come out of this for society. So, and that's very much questionable right now, in the sense that we see a lot of these DAO constructs come out with fungible token governance tokens, right, where people can buy power in the DAO on a DEX or a centralized exchange, right? These things are non-starters, right? You can't. Now, can you squeeze out some money with this? Yes, and that's why people are doing it right now, right? But that's not a governance design that is sustainable for the future and allows people to be fully incentivized in this environment, right? So it's not a bug. Governance is a core feature and also the very interesting part. So there are a few must-have foundations that make governance strong for DAOs, and I'll walk you through those, and then we'll can take some questions. So first of all, the tokens that are used are non-fungible. So these reputation tokens in the DAO itself, they have to be non-fungible, meaning you can't sell them on an exchange. People cannot buy power in the DAO, right? Because otherwise anybody, and as soon as enough value is locked in the DAO, can buy the power to vote on where the assets should go, right? And that's why a lot of these structures still have centralized points of failure, because they need to make sure that doesn't happen. So they only give the power to decide what's happening with the assets to a select few, right? And that's not a DAO. That's an oligarchy, right? Okay, so and there's another thing that has to happen. You have to build community consensus. So that means you have to have a 2-vote model. And just very briefly, for this 2-vote model, what you need is a testing vote, right? You need people to stake their reputation, something that they earned and labored towards. And the first vote doesn't count. The first vote is a sentiment vote in which the community figures out, how do we all feel about this, right? So everybody stakes on the issue, and you wait until the vote is over, and now everybody can see how everybody else voted, but the vote didn't count, right? Now you know where you're at and how the rest of the community feels about this issue at hand. And now the second vote starts, which is the formal vote, and now reputation is at stake, right? You can lose your reputation tokens if you are on the wrong side of the vote, right? And that incentivizes you to really carefully think about, do I feel this strongly about this? or do I side with the majority? And I can tell you from the data we collected and the model we wrote, 99% of the time, in the second time, it's unanimous. The second vote is unanimous, right? So the first vote is we're creating consensus, we're figuring out where we all stand, and then we vote on it the second time. It's a consensus-making machine, right? That's what this mechanism does for DAOs, right? And third, they have to be fully transparent, right? It has to be all on-chain. Now, there's some technology implementation issues that I'm currently working through and making it fully on-chain, but the ideal model suggests that everything is on-chain. And then again, the salary where people get paid for their labor and for the reputation they build, that's the salary that is fungible and that is used to pay people to who built the reputation score. And the salary gets paid proportional to the reputation score, right? So if I have if Artem in my DAO with him has 100 and I have 10 reputation tokens, he gets paid 10 times as much because he put 10 times as much time in and has 10 times as much merit in this DAO, right? That's how this design works. And it's very important that you keep the reputation allocation pure and that you don't allow business interests to interfere with the reputation minting. Okay, we've just been through this in the DevX DAO for 3 years, and there's constant attempts to undercut the model because business interests are trying to get into this DAO, and they all understand the power of the reputation tokens, so they're trying to find ways to get more reputation tokens allocated. And so that it's very important that that doesn't happen, and that reputation tokens are only paid for merit, right? For long-term merit that is input into the system, into the DAO, right? Okay, I'll end here. Artem, if there are any questions, I know I've been throwing a lot at the community. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to take them. We are now at 31 minutes, so I went over for 1 minute. I apologize for that. And if there are any questions, I'll be happy to chat more. I lost everybody.
Hi. Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, so thank you for the presentation, and I have one question. What do you think about integration or synergy between DAO and open source software development? Because as I see, there are problems.
Yeah,
okay.
That's a great question. That's exactly what we're doing in the DevX DAO, right? Where we're using the DAO structure to build decentralized infrastructure, and decentralized infrastructure is completely open source, right? So anybody can apply for a grant to build decentralized infrastructure, as long as it's decentralized infrastructure and it's open source, right? So the entire engagement is around open source. So anybody, we're using a second DAO, a code review DAO, to do diligence on the code that's provided by those who are building decentralized infrastructure. And it's a due diligence mechanism for open source development. And every code we give grants for is published under an open source license, and anybody can build on that code, right? So we're literally seeding all these new projects where people use different kinds of code from different projects that we funded, and are building new projects, new token economies based on that, right? So we currently have $250 million under management, and we are actively we're obligated to push out contractually more than 10 million a quarter. That will increase as the endowment increases. So yeah, so this is all open source development.
Okay, thank you. So I think there are no questions, and thank you for your presentation and for your time, and I hope you will be able to connect me to the next event.
Great. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
So, and now we are moved to the next speaker. This is Igor Tacit. Igor is a founder and a venture builder and Meta Ventures, and I'm happy to introduce him to our audience.
Sure.
Just share the screen, please.
Yeah, and if you want to show us a presentation, you could just share a screen, please.
No, I won't need a presentation. I just gonna present and talk. It's going to be a short talk. And thank you. First of all, thank you for. I understand you can hear me well.
Yeah.
And see me well. So I first thanks for the invitation. Just a very brief introduction about myself. My name is Igor Tasic. I am the founder of Meta Ventures. So we are an advisory and launchpad platform for creatives, entrepreneurs, and inventors and educators in the metaverse. And my take, going straight to the point in terms of metaverse, I will talk about a slightly different angle from what has been said today, building on my experience building communities. Up to last year, I was also the founder and leader of Startup Europe Week, which became the largest regional entrepreneurship movement in the world, in more than 50 countries and more than 350 cities. So my take on communities taught me a lot about what I'm doing now with the metaverse. And I'm not going to talk about specifically the use of digital assets, but more the use of these expanded realities, expanded reality technologies that I think we can all benefit from it. So when I was doing Startup Europe Week, basically what I realized is that entrepreneurs come from everywhere, and not necessarily the classical Silicon Valley, Berlin, London perspective that if you are not born and if you don't have access to a specific venture capital, or if you come from an elite university, you are allowed to be an entrepreneur. You thought that if you don't migrate to that city, you could not be an entrepreneur. So we realized that, especially starting in Europe, and then I saw that in other places, the same reality is that entrepreneurs start locally, which is true, has always been true. It's been true for our ancestors, but some people forgot. So when I start to talk to these small villages, these small cities, and people empowered by the fact that they just had local resources to get started, somehow they started to feel that they would. Can you hear me? Sorry, I see a background sound. If you can mute your mic.
Yeah, sure.
I appreciate it. So the perception that they could just get started from whatever they were was super empowerful. It was a super empowerment. It was super powerful at the same time. And if you bring this idea to the metaverse in many ways, and what we're seeing, and especially this huge communities, not only talking about what I've seen today here, but if you think about a larger perspective, and I really like to raise attention to this type of things, which is not just maybe it started with the games, but I think it goes beyond that. Is this capacity to empower entrepreneurs from everywhere just to give their best? And I think one of the most important things that we're missing now, and maybe if you could just stay with one thing in my brief talk, is there is a huge lack of curation. There is a huge lack of great projects that could actually bring the metaverse to a new level. And to me, the metaverse is nothing else than an evolution of the internet. I remember back in the 90s when the internet was getting started, I was so excited about all the things that could happen. And eventually, I think now in 2022, that dream is becoming a reality because now we have infrastructure, because now we have everything that we dreamed about 20 years ago now it's possible. So I think we can go beyond. I think we can go after things that goes way beyond just people just using messages or just using social networks. And I think digital assets are part of it, but I think we can also talk about this human ingenuity, this human capacity. Like yesterday, I had 2 calls with people from Pakistan, another call from people from Nigeria and Brazil, just yesterday. Today, I talked to people from China, also from Spain. Talent is everywhere, and in the moment that you start giving access to another way of experiencing other people, of experiencing the internet. And I think this type of device, which is just a tool, gives us, in terms of expanding the capacity of interaction, expanding our capacity of really having a humanized technology. And I'm not talking about, it's not a BS approach to technology. It's seriously, something that the pandemic has taught us up to now is that you don't want to live. You don't want to be in a world where just people run on Zoom calls, or they just run without this capacity of using technology to be close. So my main point here, and I would love to have a discussion, or even if you want to follow me on LinkedIn, and we can have a conversation there, or Twitter, is there is a huge need. I've been talking to the old fashion or the old style businesses that are looking forward to jump into the metaverse. Somehow they will jump in the way they understand. Sometimes the whole blockchain discussion gets too far away, and the way they understand is more a way of transforming work, transforming education, transforming training. Like myself, I'm a parent of 2 small kids, 8 and 9 years old. The way that education has been delivered in 2022 is disgraceful. The way people work from 9 to 5 in an office is disgraceful. So I'm not saying that it is bad things are done in that format. That for sure you get some. We are all results of that model somehow living in 2022. But if you think about what's going to happen in 20, 30, 40, 50 years, I think we are right now building the foundations and the foundation of what is to become. And actually, my motivation to give this talk is less about what we're doing now and more about my kids. Maybe to watch this 20, 30 years from now and know that we are here building the next step of the internet that we all want to see. An internet really more inclusive, an internet that is really more, that we don't talk about countries anymore, no, that we just see talent, that we just see communities everywhere, that people can bring their best to the table. And if that happens in community A, community B, or community C, it doesn't matter. But this free exchange of ideas and talent can happen. Particularly, my take, I'm not saying that's the only take, and I think the metaverse is something that is being built by all of us. My personal take is related to expanded reality. Most of my projects, I'm dealing with bringing the best of people can give to other people, no matter where they come from, no matter where they are, no matter what they can serve. And I think if we go into this direction collectively, build this new type of infrastructure that is not necessarily hardware, which of course is going to be part of it, but also this understanding that we can equalize access to knowledge and being extremely efficient, more than today we can have, like if you take education, that people can have access in a Coursera or edX, but 95% of people don't finish their courses. It's because it's not tailored to the way people really want to do. the way really people want to learn. So that's basically what my message is, more kind of a message in a bottle. I'm really pumped to work with people that really see that we are at the end of the 9 to 5 era, that we are at the end of the way that work and education has been given and provided up to this point. And I think the metaverse could be just the beginning of it. And I'm grateful that we are in this era and that we are building from whatever angle we are taking this construction of the metaverse. I think it's welcome. But if I can make a pledge, I would say that if we can converge more than diverge, and not just I want to have the final definition of what is metaverse. I think that's not going to end nowhere. I think if we can converge, that is going to be a great benefit for all. So that's it, Artem. That's what I had. I don't know if there will be some Q&A or if you can catch on the other networks, but that was kind of a message in a bottle that I had today.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We are still waiting for the next speaker, and now we have some space for Q&A. Does anyone have a question? Okay, I have one. What do you think about the funding of science and research through the metaverse and gamification of investment?
Well, if you take, it's a very, very good point. I think, to be honest, I think up to this point, nobody understands, and there is a lot of interest. I mean, I'm very close to the university world. There is an interest, but at the same time, there is a lot of prejudice. That's to be speaking the truth. People confuse a huge potential, huge innovation that we have now to a hype or to fads that have happened in the past. And even if you think about what happened in the beginning of the internet, that a lot of companies crash, a lot of projects will fail, which is natural. It's natural for innovation for that to happen. What I feel is that innovation budget will come, but maybe not necessarily in this current wave that we are in. I think we're the entrepreneurs that are now building this, that are us. I think we have to prove the case, and maybe the way to get closer to them is not to show that we are going to necessarily disrupt the traditional university-driven model, but we are going to complement it with new ways to engage new generations, to engage new generations of students, new generations of researchers. I think they are feeling the pressure. I think because after the pandemic, it became clear that there is a lot of disengagement from every part. And I think this new push can be a major driving factor for people to get interested, and then budget will come.
Yeah, okay.
Phase.
Thank you very much. So I have not seen here another questions. So thank you for your presentation, and we will move to the next speakers.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and have a nice day. Bye-bye.
You too. Thank you. Bye.
So I want to present you Emre Balshi from MTech. He's a blockchain researcher, and I give him a word. Thank you.
Hello to everyone. So glad to be here today. And I also studied and graduated from Czech Technical University. After the years meeting these guys, it is so cool, from Prague. And today I will try to explain you briefly what is the blockchain, NFT. I will give some fundamental informations. You already know that, both of you. But I will give them as a fundamentals. And after that, I will try to explain what are my research and what will be the future of the blockchain. And I will try to explain them to you. And I am going to open my presentation. Just give me a second. I am going to share my screen. Just it's once.
I think we can hear you.
Could you see my?
Now it well, and screen I'm going to share, but no, it's.
Okay, it needs. I changed computer today. My other computer is. Okay, I think that will be okay right now. Give me just a second. I am still working for that. So sorry for the delay, but I am doing my best right now.
So can you see a share button on the?
Yeah, I can see the share button, but it needs permission from my computer. And in the computer, I couldn't find the exact settings item. That is the problem right now, which I have. Okay, guys, then talk. So sorry for I couldn't show my presentation right now because I don't know when I don't want to lose my time. I will be also in the blog talk, maybe in the panel. Maybe in the time I can show them so briefly. I have already have the presentation, and I will just try to explain them. Guys, okay. And I am I will briefly introduce myself. I am the product owner of the CoinDesk Turkey. You know, the CoinDesk, the biggest information portal of the blockchain in the world. Also in Turkey, we have the CoinDesk Turkey too. I am the product owner of the CoinDesk Turkey. And also I am a blockchain researcher university in Turkey at Bahçeşehir University. And I am trying to do some academic research about blockchain and some integrated some computer science. So guys, today I will try to briefly explain you what is the blockchain, what is the Web3, and what is the web evaluation. And I will just start by the Web 1. As you know, what was Web 1? Web 1 was, there was a broadcast and we was just reading or writing. Yeah. After that, it came with the Web 2. With the Web 2, everything almost changed. In social media came to our lives, e-commerce came to our lives, and it's it's changed all of the world. It's changed all of the internet, and there became some big companies like a Meta today and Twitter, Amazon, and the other ones. And after that, Web3 came, and Web3 is changed everything. You know, because Web3 is decentralized, and everything is there. So secure, and no one knows your data there. Everything is secure and everything is decentralized. That is why that is the biggest revelation of the internet until now. And with the Web3 revolution of the Web3, there became some new tools. For example, the coins and the tokens came to our life, and everything changed. I have a good photo here, a presentation in my presentation, but so sorry for I couldn't show you that right now. And in that, for example, what was in the Web 1? There was the e-commerce and the software license like that things. And with the Web 2, there came the SaaS. The ecosystem started, like mobile applications. It started there, and also in the Web3, tokens and coins and other things also started. Some decentralized storage systems also started in the Web3. And I will just give the example here. Maybe you all know them. For example, in the browser, what was in the Web 2? There was Chrome, and the Web 3 we start to use Brave. In the storage, we was store our data in cloud like Drive, Dropbox, and something like that. And in the Web 3 right now, IPFS and IPNS and the like systems are running right now. And in the all areas of the internet, for example, in the video and audio calls, in the operation systems, in the social networks, there also at some new Web3 decentralized applications. And it's actually right now huge ecosystem, the Web3 ecosystem. There is a lot of products and good startups right now there. And I wanted to show you this. There is a good photo, but sorry, I couldn't show it also. And let's continue with the blockchain. I will try to briefly explain what is the blockchain, and because it is so important to explain to my research. The blockchain addresses the public of data security and trust by making the ledger public. As you know, the blockchain actually making the data secure. This biggest advantage of the blockchain. Building a blockchain block is actually so easy. There is a blocks, and when you bring them together, it became a blockchain. It is just like that. And blockchain system is not 100% secure, but 99% is a secure system. Blockchain is ensure your stability, secure exchange, and end-to-end verification system. And guys, for me, the important thing to explain what is a smart contract. Smart contract is, as you know, just a contract written by code. It's predetermined of the product or agreement. Actually, it's bringing the two parties together and gives them some explanation there. And after that, it came when you create your smart contracts. You can create you can use it for your cryptocurrencies. As you know, cryptocurrencies value asset of the just the blocks. And after that, in our lives, NFTs came. What was the NFT? NFT is the non-fungible token. It is non-fungible and actually a photo, video, or audio of the any assets. And there, after that, I would like to explain shortly something. Non-fungible token standards. There is some standards like ERC 721, like ERC 1155, like BIP. These are so important because with these standards, some interoperability problems started in the blockchain ecosystem. And the interoperability problems also inspired me doing my research. And when we continue, I would like to directly go into right now my academic interest. I am researching on the blockchain in a three sites right now. One is relation with IPFS. One of them is interoperability of the blockchain, and third one is supply chain and blockchain system integrations. And I would like to briefly explain what is the interplanetary file system. Interplanetary file system is a distributed file system that seeks to decentralize the web and make it faster and more efficient. As you understand from the word, it is making the data more feasible. Think that it's created for that. It's named interplanetary. One day Elon Musk always planning to go to Mars. When we go to the Mars, we don't need to download the data by connecting the word server. With the interplanetary file system, we can directly download this data in the Mars. If we're in the Mars, we can directly download this data in the Mars by using our own service there. If we firstly set up this data is there, we can download directly from this Mars server. With that, we can reach the data more fast, and we can also decrease the cost of the data also with the interdisciplinary file system. Because of that, that is so important for soon future. There is some startups going right now about that, and I have given my 100%. If you are an entrepreneur, I am an entrepreneur too. IPFS is one of the best areas of the blockchain because it will be boost so fast. That's why I try to research it, and if you have any questions, just let me know. And what is the IPFS offering actually? I will try to explain to a little bit more. IPFS is offering just a specific hash actually. As you know, what is the hash? Hash is the in ordinary numbers of a password. For example, when you're creating a block in the blockchain, it's create a hash. The hash is the making this block is secure. IPFS, when you upload something in the IPFS, it creates its own hash. With the hash, no one can reach your data. No one can hack it until they don't know it. But if they know it, of course, guys, could you hear me?
Yes, all is okay. You're visible.
Okay. And I am trying to. I will continue by the IPFS. When this hash is created, and no one can know your hash, and that's why no one can hack your file or any docs which you uploaded to interdisciplinary file system. And that is why it is so important for having a secure data and more feasible data. And it also has a problem, the IPFS right now. I will try to explain it a little more later. And I am continuing with my solution, which is my solution is the connect the IPFS with the Hyperledger fabric. Because the blockchain is responsible for storing and managing the metadata of file. The figure which I implemented in my presentation, it's actually show that, imagine that, I can't show you right now, so sorry for that, but just imagine that there is a file, and file create a multi-hash creating a metadata directly going to client, to server, and after that, the metadata came to chain code, and it's going to blockchain ledger after that. That is why with the connection of the blockchain and the IPFS, you can have your data in a distributed system, in a hyperledger of the distributed system of the blockchain with IPFS. And with that, IPFS has a little bit latency problem, and with that, you can directly solve the problem, and that is why you can reach your files more fastly than before. And also, we give that some research give that name as a block IPFS. They said as a block IPFS. For the future study of that, right now, I am going to research also IPNS. What is IPNS? IPNS is the interdisciplinary name system. What is the doing IPNS? As I explained you before, every IPFS codes creating their own hash. But there is a problem. The problem is that when the hash created, when you upload your data, the hash is creating in the same time. But when you change something in this data, the hash also changing. When the hash change, you should publish your hash again. For if you wanna send the document to anyone, you should publish the hash again. But interdisciplinary name system, it's doing that. When you change something in your data, it's creating one more hash but the hash is connecting to before ones. That is why you will not be need to publish all the hash when you change something. For example, when you go to the Google Sheets and you are changing something in your documents, and you don't need to share your hash every time. But in IPFS, you need to share, but in interpreliminary system, you won't be needing share that. And I am continuing my second area is the supply and blockchain. And what is the supply chain? I will try to explain you that. For example, think that there is a farm, they produce tomato, and the tomato is coming by the logistics companies to your markets, and you are buying them and you are eating them. This is a classical supply chain process, right? With the blockchain, you can implement all the supply chain informations to blockchain. With that, you can make it more secure. The data is more secure because you don't know nothing about your tomato. When you eat that, you don't know nothing about your tomato actually. But if you can implement it the blockchain system, you can know the every moving of the everything about the tomato, and it also make this data trustable in the supply chain ecosystem. This is so important because there is a huge cost in the supply chain ecosystem. With the blockchain, you can reduce them, and secondly, you can make more trustable data in the blockchain. You can know what you are eating, you can know what you are wearing. That's why it is so important in the supply chain ecosystem. What is my solution there is that there is some of the science people about that, they already write an article about as a trust chain. They give name as a trust chain. What are they doing in the trust chain? And think that there is application layer, and this application layer is just information about of the tomato. And after that, the information is going directly to the blockchain layer. You can directly uploading them, and after that, using by the IoT service, you are always updating your data in the blockchain system, and that is why you will have 100% secure data. And with that, of course, you will reduce your cost, you will reduce the time, and there will be a lot of efficiency. And lastly, I would like to explain, does blockchain have any problems? Blockchain has a problem right now in the interoperability. There is a problem in the interoperability because, as you know, maybe from the NFT world, you can create your NFT, but there is a cost, there is a gas fee, as you know, and there is some cheapest gas fee ones. You can use them, but you will need to convert it to Ethereum, because if you are producing in the another infrastructure, you can sell it to everyone, because that is why there should be some interoperability solutions. There is not yet so how can I say so solving solutions like that. The problem is still there, but there is some theories and the solutions coming right now. I am also working about them. One of them is notary schema solutions. Imagine that there is a notary in every country, and imagine that all notaries have implemented the blockchain system. When they do something, all of the notary will be know that. This is one of the interoperability solutions. And second one, side chains, relay solutions. As you know, every chain can create their side chain too. And with the side chains, you can solve the problem, not 100%, but in somehow you can solve it too. In smart contract solutions, when you create your NFT or coin, or doesn't matter what is that, when you give the explanation in the smart contract which interoperability solutions can work there, it can also work, but it is not also in also 100% solution, right? And also bridging solutions, you can create some bridging solutions. Right now, only FA bridging solutions implemented asset exchange. Other implemented asset transfers not working very well, but there is also solutions too. And lastly, you can use your blockchain as a router in the interoperability solutions. And with that also you can make some interoperabilities. But as I said in the beginning of that, it's still a problem in the blockchain world. And there will be need a lot of academic research, especially in this area. I will just, in the end of my talk, I will just give what is my future projects, and maybe some of you would like to work with me as academically or as a project in this area. Just let me know. That is why I am trying to give this example. I will work on block IPNS, interoperability, and trust chain solutions. Also, I will work on the block freight, means there is a lot of import and export process in the supply chain management. There should be also implemented the blockchain system. And as you know, lastly, biggest problem of the blockchain is latency. I am also trying to do something about the latency of the blockchain. And if you have some good ideas and some things would you like to say about them and work and study, maybe there is a startup ideas, just let me know and we can talk them. And from get in touch with me, you can just directly reach me by my LinkedIn account. Sorry for that, I can't show you right now my presentation, and there is some emails. This is why you can directly write me by the LinkedIn. Thank you for listening. If you have any questions, just let me know, please. Right now, I can't see any question there. And guys, could you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. So maybe I have one question about IPFS. As I know, like the user that want to host their media files for NFTs should launch their own IPFS node. So in that term, it's not like really decentralized or even decentralized. If there are only one node that hosts my my files that like host by the hash address, but if I turn off my my node, so another founders of NFT or owners of NFT will not be able to get the access to the media.
Okay, good question. It's actually if you block is there, there's no problem. It doesn't matter. You can close your node. There's no problem. The hash will work, of course. The only thing is that the hash shouldn't change. If the hash change, you should publish new hash.
Oh, okay, thank you.
You are welcome.
So we are still waiting for the next speaker, and do we have any question? Okay, maybe there is one. So what is an alternative or like you mean IPFS, IPNS, and there are any other one what could be used for NFT creation?
There is right now, as I know, they are not in the same line, but there is also one more solution is there is, I forgot the name. I will check my storage. Storage is also is a solution there, but it is not exactly the same thing. But as a storage any data or file, you can also use the storage. But in IPFS and IPNS is a system of the files. That's why, and it's especially created for the distributed servers. That's why there is not exactly alternatives still there. But as I said in the presentation, that is a huge area, and the benefits will be come there so soon. That's why I, as an entrepreneur, also to myself, I am giving the advice if there is any entrepreneur, just let me know. We can also study about some solutions there, because this area will be booming one soon.
Okay, I think this is really related question. What do you think about hosting or storing the media file directly in the blockchain? For example, as it has now internet computing, Definity project. I know that they provide possibility to host front end for the smart contracts inside their canisters. What do you think about that topic?
Okay, as I understand, you ask about the cost of the blockchain if you store any data, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, blockchain is expensive right now, but it's because of you are using a lot of computing there, and because of that, that is a little bit expensive. There's a gas fee, as you know. There is a solutions. Just you research about solutions in every infrastructure. Have their own how can I say own gas fees. For example, Avalanche in NFT world, it is so cheap, and you can use it because the data is there not so much big right now. But in soon future, it will be also their cost will be also more according to today. That's why you should always be researching there according to your product. For example, if you are using NFT, and you can use Avalanche, but there is an interoperability problem then after that coming. According to your products and according to your wishes, you should choose the infrastructure. Ethereum also will change their infrastructure. There is a coming new Ethereum infrastructure, and that will be more cheap. I hope
Okay,
that.
thank you. Thank you for the asking, and thank you for the presentation. And we are ready to move to the next and last speaker.
Okay, thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Have a nice day too, and see you.
See you.
Thank you. Bye.
Hi all.
To
Hey guys, are we live? Can you hear me okay? Hello? Hello? Testing audio? Hello? Seems like we're live. Can you guys hear me? Are you hearing me? We hear you. Okay, great. Wonderful. So, okay, everyone. Messages from audience will display here. I'm a little bit new to this platform, so I'm just taking my marks. Thanks for having me, Block Talk, and the team. I look forward to doing this closure. Talk introduction. I want to confirm the audience can hear and text. So if there's any questions, I'm sure I can get them. Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hello? Okay. How is now? How is now? Is it better now? Can you hear me now? Okay. How about now? Can you hear me now? Mm-hmm. Okay, let me please refresh. Okay, here we go. All right. All right. Okay. Is this okay now? Can you guys hear me now? Good? Everything good now? Perfect. All right. All right. Okay, guys. So we'll go ahead and get started now. Thank you for having me, and sorry for the little technical audio connection. So I'm Jay with the Ozone Metaverse engine. We are a Web3 native cross-chain metaverse engine platform. And our mission is to make it really easy for all of the world to move into building an interactive 3D web, in essence. What I would like to do is start off by screen sharing and just walk a little video here for everybody from our website, ozonmetaverse.io. And I'll just play this right now.
Once upon a time, there was the internet. It was centralized, owned by a few who controlled the many. The users never got a choice. Now, thanks to cutting-edge 3D and blockchain technologies, the evolution of the internet is on the horizon. The dream of a truly decentralized internet experience powered by blockchain, cryptocurrency, and 3D technologies. The metaverse. Owned by all. Accessible to all. Forever. But the power struggle to control the metaverse began in its cradle. The powers controlling the first internet and gaming ecosystem are quickly taking grasp of many Web3 organizations. But not the Ozone Metaverse. With a proprietary 3D graphics engine and full cross-chain compatibility, the Ozone Metaverse empowers you and the world to own and build a truly decentralized metaverse, bound to replace the internet as we know it. This Christmas, join us on the journey and see why 2021 won't end like 2021.
All right, so that was a little bit about the the presentation. Let me confirm. Okay, I gotta stop the screen sharing with audio. I will now start screen sharing the presentation. So let's go ahead and get started here. So the key word from that video, right, is the truly decentralized is the key word, whereby if you think of the internet today, the internet is very decentralized. A lot of the system and the infrastructure are basically centralized. The infrastructure is centralized, and but the ownership of each website, right, is decentralized. So what we're looking at here is the opportunity to truly build a new internet, right? And the metaverse that everybody is talking about right now is not something new to us. So just for you guys to know, we've been working on this for many years, building our own graphics engine to enable a 3D web. So that's how our journey began. And now everybody is referencing the metaverse word. But yeah, I will start here and just give a little introduction to say the metaverse is the internet. And this is rule number 7. So the rule number 7 is from the 7 rules of the metaverse, which is an amazing article by Tony Parisi. I'd recommend everybody to get it and look at it on Medium. And essentially where we are at now is the equivalent of where the internet was in 1997, you know. So just think of this like the new generation web, and we're at the very infancy of it. The data set's already there, right? Like everything is there. Imagery, videos, audio, text, scripts, databases, and now people, right? Via social media. And that's what social media did, right? It brought humans into the web and give us a way to communicate and interact between each other. And if we really zoom out and start thinking about this in this abstractive manner, we can think that's pretty much most of what we need. You know, it's most of the data sets we're gonna ever need as a species to build a cyberspace. And computer scripts is where the rabbit hole is, right? Because computer scripts would involve blockchain, artificial intelligence, like any technology, right? But the media we consume is essentially right there. 3D content, of course, is really the new layer, right? So really what we're looking at is this 3D becoming the ultimate UI, right? Where we're just taking all those existing data sets that are now, you know, kind of boring because they're flat, right? Just, I mean, you can just scroll on the web, you know, and click and watch, right? And do these kind of things. And so this new UI is going to let us get immersed in the data sets. Also, this is a marathon, right? I mean, it took many, many years for the internet to become what it is today. 97, 2020, just roughly. If we look at Web 3.0, right, or this Internet 3.0, as some people call it, if we're very like flexible and you want to be really, really generous, you would go to the birth of Bitcoin. I put like 2015 just as a random date, kind of somewhere in the middle before the first bubble in 2017. We just went through the second one, you know, as everybody knows today, the market is kind of readjusting. But this graphic here is pretty cool, right? Because it shows that we're here now, but the true opportunity is really gonna appear over the next God knows how many years. And the 45 here is a question mark, is actually a reference to that movie, right? Ready Player One, that happens in 2045. So this is definitely a marathon, not a sprint. So a lot of the folks who are just jumping in now, you know, metaverse everywhere, metaverse here, metaverse there, right? Metaverse everywhere. Just like every digital revolution or new platform, there is that bubble concept, right? Everybody comes in seeking opportunities, trying to make their way in, which is fine. It's totally fine. I mean, that's what we need to happen, right? But this is definitely going to be a long-term play. Some challenges, okay. So some challenges referring back to the rules, right? So these rules are really awesome because they're made by one of the founding father of 3D web technology. You know, it was one of my mentors early on, Tony Parisi. And hi, Tony, if you ever hear this somewhere. But there is this concept, right, of it's for everyone, right? Like the internet's for everyone. And there's constraints about accessibility, the third world. Is the technology there? Are the devices ready? This will take a little bit of time. Are the networks ready to move these 3D data sets through in a good way? Nobody controls the metaverse, right? And this is very interesting because what he said in his article, and this is something I like to share with everyone, when you want to think metaverse, replace the metaverse by the word internet, right? And if it makes sense, then it works. If it does not make sense, then it doesn't work. For example, some people say Fortnite is the metaverse. Okay, can I say Fortnite is the internet? No, therefore it's not, right? So just little framework of filter for everybody here. But yeah, nobody controls the metaverse. There's a constraint here about the interest and all the monopolies that have taken grasp, right, of the web as it exists today. And many moves are being made to secure that same interests in the Web3 space. The metaverse is open, right? The internet is open. Currently, every metaverse is a walled garden. Every virtual world is a walled garden. So there is some need for standards because it should be hardware independent, right? Everyone is building on their own stack. You know, Unity games don't work with Unreal games, right? You have to download each one separately, go there. So we need to open standards, and the metaverse is a network, and the audio video streams, which we have a very strong like audio and video streaming architecture, but there are some bottlenecks there too, just like in a multi-channel communication like Zoom or Google Hangouts and everything. There are limits. There's a cap on how many people can talk and see each other at the same time, and that stuff needs to evolve. Yeah, the video I played at the beginning. Thank you for listening, everyone. I will come back now to the find us on ozone-metaverse.io, Ozone Metaverse, and I'll stop here, and I would love to take any question. Natasha, hi Natasha, thank you. Bonjour. I'm not hearing anything, so this feels like a monologue. Am I supposed to be hearing something? Well, anyways, I want to thank everybody for inviting me here, Block Talk. Thank you guys. Thank you, Artem, for the great work you guys do out there in Eastern Europe and really around the world, reaching out to everybody. I will spend 1 more minute to see if there's any questions. And feel free to reach out to me, j@ozone-metaverse.io. But mostly better to come on our Telegram group chat. So just Ozone Metaverse group chat, and you can circle back with Artem and the Block Talk team if anybody needs to get a hold of us. So thank you very much, and have a great day, everyone.
One, two, three. Yeah, so it works. Thank you all for participating at Block Talk. This is our first event, and now we have a little break, and at 8 o'clock we could back to the panel discussion and continue. So thank you very much, and I appreciate to see you soon, and thank you. 3, 1. Hi, David, can you hear us? David? Emery, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear. I can hear you.
Nice.
I can hear
well,
everyone. Hi.
Yeah?
Can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, nice. So just 5 minutes to prepare our local set.
Okay, cool. So I'll go on mute then until I'll go on mute until you're ready.
Hello, David. Could you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you now.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Oh, well.
How then? As I see, you worked in Vodafone right now, right?
Sorry?
As I see, you are working in Vodafone, right?
Correct. Yeah, I'm blockchain lead for Vodafone.
Ah, cool. I am also ex-Vodafoner. I've also.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I am. I discover talent. Do you know the program?
Hello.
Which one?
Discover Talent, the MT program, the global program of Vodafone.
Oh, yeah. So you were involved in that?
Yeah. I was a Discover Talent of Turkey 2 years ago.
Oh, fantastic! Well done.
Yeah.
Yeah, Turkey's a big opco, right? Massive
Yeah.
stuff was happening out of there. No, that's amazing. Yeah, no. So no, we should talk offline. I didn't realize.
Yeah. I will send you contact request. You can talk more.
Please, please, definitely.
Cool.
So,
and congratulations on a great session, guys. It's been amazing today.
Thank you all for connecting to our last part of the Block Talk event. This is a panel discussion, and let's try to everyone to present yourself to the auditory, and we could start with the first question. Yeah, Emery, could you start, please?
Of course, and I am a product owner of the CoinDesk Turkey. Also, I am a researcher in a university in Turkey too, blockchain researcher at Bahçeşehir University in Turkey. And so on. What other things would you like to know?
Yeah, thank you. It's done. David?
Yeah, I'm the global blockchain lead for Vodafone business. I've also been helping Vodafone to explore blockchain technologies for the last 4 years, and I'm actually also leading product for a new platform which will be announced soon for Vodafone, which has a decentralized blockchain component to it. I'm also what I would call a futurist, so looking at new technologies, metaverse, and how those can also play a part in the business solutioning and products. So really excited to be on this today, guys.
Thank you. So next, please, Jakub.
Hi, I'm Jakub Bydlinski. I'm a co-founder and portfolio manager and CTO of Altlift, a consulting company in crypto, specializing in fundamental analysis. And also I teach about cryptocurrencies at the Prague University of Business and Economics since 2014.
Thank you. And Václav?
Hey, I'm Vašek Pavlín. I'm a new addition to the blockchain team. I'm their blockchain lead now. Yeah, I don't know. I still feel like I'm pretty new to blockchain, but I've been developing stuff for 20 years now. So hopefully that will translate into the blockchain development as well.
Okay, thank you all. So let's start with the first question. What is, in your opinion, will be the biggest issue for the upcoming year, 2022, in a crypto and blockchain space?
Do you want to call us out, or should we just volunteer?
You just, if you want to to make a talk, you just could ask, and maybe.
I can say something because I had some of those in my presentation at the end, like my vision for blockchain and metaverse and NFTs, and then what I think are the issues. And I think right now, the biggest issues on a social level is kind of the perception of NFTs and crypto as get rich quick. And people are not focusing on real use cases and on real benefits that these technologies can bring. And I like what Jakub said, that not every single project needs blockchain. And I've been asked about, like, whenever I talk to people and I start talking about blockchain, they often assume I'm talking about private blockchains that companies will run. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense, because that's just an expensive, complicated database that you can change anytime. So private blockchain is something that should not exist. Then you just should use the database. So I think these things, social perception of blockchain and NFTs, the whole idea of like private blockchain versus public blockchain, and how people think about these things, and that we don't focus as a public and as people that we can, like, as influencers in the space, we don't focus on the real global use cases of these technologies, other than minting a lot of NFTs that will make us rich.
Yeah, the biggest challenge is how the market will react to the fact that we have probably entered the bear market, and now the hype will be gone. So which projects will survive? Only those who have the real fundamentals, I guess. And there are some, and it's great what happened in the last with DeFi and NFTs and the gaming. Especially, I like the gaming, but I think that the players, even if they adopt it, they will soon realize that the fact that you have a token of an in-game asset doesn't mean that the asset cannot be changed or something, because this will happen. Like in Gods Unchained, which is one of the biggest games, probably, or I believe the game is not very balanced, and they will have to make some changes. And I'm really looking forward to how the players will react to that, and how they will react to the realization that the NFT is just an ID written on the blockchain, and it's not the card itself, it's not the artwork itself when we speak about the JPEGs and music arts and stuff. So a lot of discussion will be going on about NFTs and the law about it. No, I'm not. I don't mean regulation as such. I just mean real property rights connected to it, and there will be a lot of discussions about this. and it's still an experimental phase, and some people will be surprised.
Thank you. Maybe David or Emery?
I can continue that. For my advice is the catch the market in the right time. For example, in the blockchains, there is a lot of good projects, good technologies. For me, especially, I am doing some academic research, and the important one that catch the market in the right time. For example, in my projects, I am working IPFS and the other ones. For them, this is not the right time. But the metaverse and NFT in something like that, it is maybe the right time, but focus on the good technical background. For example, there is a lot of projects right now in Turkey. They are selling online real estates in the metaverse, and you can't imagine in Turkey people paying a lot of money to them. But the real technology of the projects is nothing is there. That is why, for my advice to if someone wants to do something in the metaverse shop, please focus the real technical structure. Don't try to just make it for money. Try to make a good project, good technical structure, because trust the blockchain there. And if they do that, definitely I believe if they catch the right time, definitely I believe they will success and they will reach the huge potential in the blockchain.
Thank you.
You're right.
Yeah. So I'll probably add to that. So first of all, I think that we're on the cusp of a massive opportunity in the crypto, NFT, blockchain, metaverse space. And I pointed out in my presentation the sheer size of the business. But I agree with what's been said, that the problems that we have at the moment is that a lot of the participants in crypto are speculative, right? So you've got institutional funds, electronic trading funds coming in now. A lot of the banks and a lot of consumers are now opening wallets, but they're merely just trying to pick coins that they think will go up and not looking at the fundamental project behind it. I was putting this on LinkedIn today, asking what determines the price of crypto. Is it the project and the viability of the project? So if you look at some crypto tokens or projects, Uniswap, for example, Ethereum, they make money. So why is the price going down if interest rates go up? Someone thinks they could short the market. So there is a huge speculative bubble which doesn't necessarily tie in with the fundamentals of the project. So I think that's one thing in terms of crypto price movements. And I think anyone who's a true crypto native won't watch the price movements. You're watching the fundamentals of the project. Now, the other thing I think we have is the battle for the metaverse. And as I was pointing out in my presentation, three of the big announcements you have this year: Microsoft buying Activision, for Call of Duty. You have last year October, Facebook, changing its name to Meta. We had a similar thing with Square, and we also have a lot of movement with NVIDIA, etc. So a lot of the big companies are making moves into the metaverse space, and that is because they're seeing the 10 trillion market by 2034. However, it begs the question of will the metaverse be centralized or will it be decentralized? And I think there's a real battle for the soul of the metaverse, and I think that battle will be fought over the next 2 years. I think the other thing we're seeing, which will be interesting, especially for stable coins, is the arrival of CBDCs. So there's 71 countries now working on central bank digital currencies, and part of what we've got to work out, and not all of these CBDCs are decentralized. It can be either blockchain based or non-blockchain based. I think part of the battle will, how do these fit into the crypto or token economy, and can they coexist? So can a CBDC coexist with a stable coin, and how will this work? And nobody's convinced me of how this will work. I think there are ideas, but you have a central culture again mixing with a decentralized culture. So I see some of these as problems. I think CBDCs, once introduced, will also drive some regulation as well. So I see these as some of the key things coming up. Yeah, I'll probably stop talking now.
Yeah, if I can, I would like to add something to what David said, and it's about the stable coins, because there are huge macroeconomical issues all around the world, and some countries will suffer more severely than others, and I mean mostly monetary wise. So some countries have rather problematic currencies, and people might approach stable coins as an escape route, and this is interesting not just in the context of CBDCs, and I completely agree with it, but especially because it's like dollarization using the blockchain technology. I will be interested in which stablecoins people will choose, and most of the existing stablecoins are bound or collateralized by dollar, if they're collateralized at all, and they should be and there should emerge euro-related or euro-based stablecoins, and also national currencies like Czech crown stablecoins, and it probably will happen. And speaking of the European Union, in the other half of the year, there will be the MiCA regulation for crypto markets. And this topic is one of the two most discussed, the stable coins. There will be regulatory struggles and battles, and this battlefield is, I think, very crucial, because stable coins add liquidity and usefulness to cryptocurrencies, and it needs to be handled properly.
So I have I have a related question about the CBDC and Bitcoin. So what do you think about competition between two that? So basically, the CBDC will be the mass adoption, mass acceptable from the central banks, and Bitcoin maybe will be acceptable from the most general public. Or what do you think about that?
Yeah. So if I may just go into that. So what we've got to recognize, so a central bank digital currency is essentially digitizing currency that already exists, right? So sovereign currencies. And if you look at that, we have a relationship between tokens, Bitcoin being the first, and on-ramping and off-ramping to fiat currencies now, right? And they coexist because Bitcoin sort of acts as a sort of digital gold, so to speak, and the centralized currencies are used for everyday use of transactions, so as a medium of exchange in the sort of main business world and consumer world. But there's an interaction where you can swap between them. I think when CBDCs are introduced, I don't think they will take over from Bitcoin, simply because they have borders, right? There's sovereignty and relationship to a country. So I think one of the panel members was sort of mentioning that a lot of stable coins are dollar based, but CBDCs, there's 71 countries that are have CBDC projects. One of them being Jamaica, which I put on LinkedIn this year, where the government was saying they expect in the next 3-4 years 70% of the population to be using CBDCs. But I expect you'll see situations where you can swap a CBDC to buy Bitcoin, and you'll go from Bitcoin, either to hold or to go into other cryptos. So my view is I see these things interoperating. But what I haven't seen is any real thought to how these things come together in the form of an economic flow or a currency flow, and how you get a return. Because for example, I'm assuming that the rate of return for holding a CBDC will be the bond rate or the interest rate for the national government. That isn't the rate of return for crypto like Bitcoin. The rate of return for Bitcoin is the capital gains from a sort of increase in price, and anything you can stake on DeFi. So I think a lot of what I'm trying to work out, and I think maybe this is the question, is how will these prices of CBDCs interact with the price of Bitcoin? And my answer is it happens now with traditional fiat currency. Will there be a difference when CBDCs come around? I don't know, because I don't think anyone's really mapped out that interrelationship. So I'll probably end there and hand over to the other panel members.
In my opinion, I completely agree. I don't think that there will be a big difference between what we have now and what we have with CBDCs in relation to Bitcoin price, because the biggest one will probably still be digital dollar if US moves to that, and then you'll still will be valuing your Bitcoin into dollar probably. And I didn't study CBDCs or the proposals or things like that, so I'm just assuming that it's going to work the same way as the classic fiat currencies work. So if the government feels like they need to print more, they'll print more. They'll issue debt as bonds, and that's just how it's going to work. So there is no really there is not a big change with relation to Bitcoin. Where I kind of worry about CBDCs is the traceability of all transactions and kind of the connection to the digital and then real identity. Right now, today we talked about digital identity, people being identified by a wallet, where you have some NFTs and that represents your digital identity, but it can't be easily tracked to your real identity in a state. But with CBDCs and a government issued wallet, you will be traced by that. And if the government doesn't want you to spend money on something, they'll just make sure that it's not possible, or they won't give you money if you start spending it on alcohol or whatever, right? So that's a real issue there, but it's not connected to the question really. So no, I don't think that it's going to influence price of Bitcoin or anything like that.
I don't really think that CBDCs are a story of cryptocurrencies. CBDCs are a story of a central bank taking control over money supply, which now is in the hands of commercial banks. So it's just like the central banks will regain some power which it allegedly had, and in the economic textbooks you might read that the central bank is responsible for monetary policy or money supply, which is not really the case, and central banks are less and less capable of affecting the real money supply. So now they will be, and they will be able to do more tricks with a more unorthodox monetary policy. So it's not that much about crypto. Maybe crypto is an excuse, like they say, well, it's a reaction to crypto, and now we have the technology to distribute money directly to the people. Well, no. It's nothing decentralized about it. It is central banks, digital currencies. It's centralized. They had a CBDC in Ecuador, and they stepped out of the project. They canceled it after a couple of years, like 2 years, and it had nothing to do with crypto. What is interesting is that some countries which are experimenting or which are starting their CBDCs became hostile towards crypto or more than they used to be, like Nigeria or China or the Ecuador. So this might be an issue. I think it's important how European Union as the biggest market will behave, and we will have the Czech presidency when the regulation should be finalized. And most important is what the United States will do. And now I have quite high hopes, and I believe that the US regulators are a little bit more informed. And they make a little bit better regulations.
Okay, thank you all. So I have another questions. It will be about DeFi. So we are all today on a blockchain conference. We are all blockchain experts and specialists. So do you have an experience with the DeFi services? And if yes, what do you feel about it or thinking?
Yes, I do. How do I feel about it? It's like in my talk. I have a hard time trusting anyone in the space, obviously, because Unless I can read the contract and understand it, I don't know what's happening in there. And I don't trust auditors. I have seen so many audits of contracts that in the end were scams or were hacked or something like that. So like the auditors just don't do a great job unless you pay a really big amount of money, and then it still doesn't really mean anything. So I'm invested in DeFi. I believe that there is a good merit to DeFi. There is plenty of opportunity for people to make money in DeFi, but also to lose money in DeFi. So I don't think that you should kind of approach it differently than other investing where you want to make money and not just save for your retirement. It's a risk asset. So you only should invest what you can afford to lose, and you should be very careful where you put your money. And you should always know what the contract is and what you are interacting with, which is one part what I talked about at the end of the presentation, that the one big problem of blockchain and cryptocurrencies these days is the user experience and users not being able to work with it in a straightforward way. We just talked about it briefly outside, that someone asked, like, when do you see adoption of AI, real adoption of AI? I'm like, but that already happened. You have Siri, you have Alexa, you have all of the recommendation engines. You watch Netflix where you have recommended series to you. That's all based on models that we call AI models or ML models. And the only reason why you think AI is not adopted is because the user experience is so smooth that you don't know you are interacting with it. And for blockchain, I think that's the biggest hurdle right now, where with DeFi, it's so complicated and so hard to know what you are doing that a lot of people will never get to it. And a lot of people that get to it will leave it very soon after because they lose the money because they just invested in something that didn't make sense, but they didn't know and they had no way to figure it out.
Amen to that. Yeah, I totally subscribe to this. There's one more complication. Even if you do something in the proper way, you need to do it 5 times before it works, and that makes things complicated not just on the user level but also on the institutional level. So if you want to build financial services where banks or some intermediaries will help people to, or if you build funds for the people, then you will need multi-sigs to somehow distribute the reliability or the whatever, the responsibility and the risk. Then it just doesn't work with multi-sig. It doesn't work with single sig. Yeah, I can't imagine a situation when I have to click on my Trezor or Ledger like over and over and over again, and at the same time the counterparty must do the same, like the custodian or the bank or something like that. It's absolutely not usable. So DeFi needs more UX experts.
I would agree with that totally. And it's interesting. I was watching something that was posted on LinkedIn by Anthony Day, which had all the sort of top organizations in DeFi. And I was wondering, will the list be the same next year? And I think DeFi has evolved so fast and become so successful. I think there's over 240 billion locked in DeFi protocols now. That maybe the maturity of the solutions and the customer experience and the user interface hasn't been able to catch up. And maybe we expect more because to an extent it's competing with financial systems that have evolved over many decades. So I think that could be it. But what we can say about DeFi is that it is it's basically paving the way to how individuals can start becoming banks. It's democratizing banking, right? So I can form part of a liquidity pool, and I can also get returns on assets that I couldn't. So in terms of the process and the value proposition, it's absolutely massive, and it's getting a lot of attention from major financial institutions, major investment institutions, and I think you'll start to see some of the major exchanges, some of the major financial hubs start to offer this for returns, right? So I think there's a long way to go. However, I do agree with what's been said, that at the moment, the immaturity due to the speed with which DeFi protocols have evolved over the last 2-3 years, the whole solution and the user interface and customer experience isn't there. But I'm fully confident it will get there, and there's going to be some major players entering this space simply because of the returns and the liquidity it can bring to assets.
I am also agree with all the speakers about them, and especially the DeFi is needed really big UX there, and all of them is so complicated for the basic users, and when they see that, they don't understand the whole even. And also, I can say that I worked as a crypto advisor before in some exchange platforms, and I always was saying that don't be in rush for invest for anything. First, learn the technical structure of that, read the smart contracts, and learn everything. And also, I love a word. It says good traders know that there is no any missing opportunity in the market. There will be always new opportunities. That is why don't be in rush in any time. Just try to learn and develop yourself there, because this product is complicated, and that's why first you try to learn and understand them very well, and after that invest your money. A lot of people lose a lot of money in this ecosystem because they didn't research very well. They didn't very well internet user, and that's why they lose a lot. That's why first to invest yourself, first to develop yourself, and if you want to do some things in this ecosystem, first to learn in the DeFi. There is a lot of DeFi platforms you can connect to people. First to develop yourself. After that, try to invest. And also, I am agree with the UX part. Even the biggest ones also have really big UX problems, also UI problems.
Okay, thank you. So I have a next topic to discuss before we move into metaverse or to metaverse. The next big popular things into DeFi and blockchain is play to earn and play to earn games, and this enter of blockchain and crypto into the gaming market through the CryptoKitties, as for example, and the other one. So what do you think about that concept, play to earn, play and earn? And from my side, it's kind of cashback when you use card, but the cashback from the game companies that accumulate all that money from the game product. So is it will be it's as upcoming big trends and big new model for all games, or it just like kind of local things into the gaming, or maybe it just mass adoption of sport mechanics?
I think for the existing or legacy game developers, it does not make that much sense because they will share part of the revenue with the users or part of the ownership with the users, but they will have to adapt to the competition because there is a rising problem, ethical problem with monetization of games. And some of my students wrote papers or diploma, bachelor thesis on that topic, like the monetization of the game and of gaming industry and the ethics of it. And the gaming industry is huge. It's the second biggest entertainment industry, and it will only get bigger probably. So I think that there will be a niche market which will attract people, and it will compete with the big studios. Yes, some of the big studios are experimenting with NFTs, and they will do it more, but I just don't think that they will call it NFTs because there's some backlash from their gamers, from their players, that they don't like it. They're the group of crypto enthusiasts and the group of gamers might not overlap completely. So I think that they might do something like that. They just won't call it NFTs, or most of the studios at least. And I personally think that this is the biggest topic for next year in crypto, and I would recommend anyone who likes games to try some and to make their own opinion, because there is a lot to be done. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when I played Gods Unchained, it was like playing Counter-Strike with friends 20 years ago, when you spend the whole afternoon just trying to set up the LAN, the network, and then you prayed, and then maybe it worked. But now it's way better. The user experience is not great, but it's way better than 2 years ago. And I think that there is a lot of money, and it might be ethical if it is handled properly again. But I think that the argument that for the game developers it's not reasonable to do it is valid, but still there's competition, so you will find a niche in the market if you offer part of your revenues or ownership to the players.
From my point of view, I'm not a gamer, so I can't really comment from the gaming side, which Jakub said I should probably try. My point of view is that I remember from high school, or even earlier, my classmates were selling floppy disks with some stuff from Diablo, and they could sell 5 of those floppy disks. With NFTs, they could potentially sell it just once, which kind of makes it more rare, gives it more value, and makes more sense, because if it was just one thing that you just have once, but that also works just for the multiplayer games, massive multiplayer games and stuff like that. So I think that NFT space makes sense in there more than play to earn, because that's more like probably like cashback. You pay something to play the game, and then you get something back if you play a lot. I had one more thought and I lost it, so that's probably all I can say.
I'll probably just add to that I think play to earn is getting a lot of attention, and it's part of this move to what we call the economy of gaming. And I think the economy of gaming is more than play to earn. Play to earn is merely providing a network incentive for people to get deeper into the gaming world and stay longer in there, etc. But what is that for? So it used to be to sell gaming licenses. Now, it's to extract data, and commerce and exchange and marketplaces in gaming. So, play to earn is really the first step, but there is an economy of gaming which is evolving, and I think that moves into sort of a wider marketplace of games and interoperability of games, which moves to this sort of global metaverse and how games will coexist in that. I think there's also a lot to learn. So I agree with the NFT side. So what you're seeing is that NFTs and tokens are offering the ability or providing capability for users to be able to hold value in games and also exchange it. And that's interoperable, because if those tokens can then be swapped with other games or stored or part of a marketplace, then you start to have that economy of gaming building out. And I think we're learning a lot from play to earn and the gaming industry in that. But I also think that there will be a link to business, and the gaming. And I think one of the questions is, where's gaming going? So as I was saying, it used to be something that you do for leisure. Now, there's economic incentives to you can earn money from playing games. So then does a game become a business, right? Does a game become more of a gateway for an experience business, where I go in through a game, but I can actually hold my hold collectibles in there. I can hold my art in there. I can transact. I can collaborate with other people. And maybe that's the next question on the metaverse. But I think it's very, very interesting what's happening there, and I'm very keen to see how that sort of business model or the economy of gaming evolves and the impact it has on other parts of the metaverse evolution.
If I can take the word back, I remembered what I wanted to say, and I was kind of flip the question around. And I think that the whole approach of financing development with money collected through NFTs, collected through DAOs and things like that might help kind of break the monopoly of the big players in the gaming, where they have money to actually build big, complicated, really great looking games, and we may see some indie gaming studios to actually like collect money up front for the game and build something really, really cool, really, really interesting, something that may not have been here before, and then kind of compete with those big studios where Microsoft now owns 2 or 3 of them, right? So I think that might be like, it's not play to earn, but it's still connected to blockchain and getting money into the gaming and around the gaming.
It's fascinating how complex the topic of DLT gaming is and how many points of views there are. I don't really like the name play to earn. It feels like it takes away all the fun. I am a gamer. I like playing games, and sometimes I pay hundreds, maybe thousands of dollars for in-game assets, downloadable content, and some booster packs and stuff. Games I play for years, and I spend quite a lot of money there. And then it's not even mine. That's the problem. I don't pay it to earn. I pay it because I have fun. But then when I decide that I no longer want to play this game, I want to withdraw the value that I allocated to the game and put it somewhere else. And that's how I see the play to earn. I would rather call it NFT gaming or DLT gaming. That I think that if I can withdraw the money from the game, then I will be less reluctant to spend the money in the first place. Yeah, and that's I think the value that some of the studios will start offering to the players, because play to earn, it really sounds too much like grinding and it takes away all the fun.
I'm also in the same idea. I am not a very well gamer, but I don't like also to pay and earn something from the games. And the biggest game companies in the world, they try to do it right now. For example, there's a Counter-Strike. This is the one of all these games. And in the new version, they will add NFT into the games. And with these NFTs, you can buy some weapons and also so on. And it will create some ecosystem there, and because they do some exclusive NFTs there, and it's creating some exclusive things. And it's when if I play the game, perhaps I will not feel that I am paying for the NFT there, because I am paying for that as a exclusive thing, as a for example, it's a specialized, personalized things. That's why if the NFT gaming sector focused doing some exclusive things, I think this income can be better, and the projects also can be better.
Thank you. So next, move to another topic. You know that I want to talk about startup fundraising, and the classic way is to exchange a part of the equity into some funds from the venture capital and so on. And the next step, what we remember is Kickstarter and another fundraising platform. There people get some merch, like maybe T-shirt or part of the name in some documents that they funded. And what do you think about the fundraising of future tech startup? Like, imagine that, for example, Boston Dynamics start not from the rising from the equity by the SoftBank, but starting selling the NFT cards with the robots and some kind of simulator where people could use their robots in some sandbox. What do you think about the fundraising for future tech startup through the gamify, the NFTs and cryptocurrency?
You mean like ICOs?
The next form of ICOs. Like
I have mixed feelings about
I
that.
think
Sorry, go ahead, David.
No, please. I think you're on a roll.
Doesn't matter who goes first. I think we all agree here mostly. I was just gonna say I have mixed feelings about this. I think it's a great idea if like we can fund things as a community, because I've been, and I hope I still am, an open source developer for many years. And I think that open source suffers a lot because there is no funding. And if there is funding, it's mostly by hiring the open source developers to an enterprise. And then the person, instead of working on the open source project, works on the product built on top of that open source project. That's a common problem of open source projects. So I believe that funding through community like DAOs and things like that makes a lot of sense if the money and the whole thing is spent and let right. I'm worried that we will see, and it will not better the media and public perception of the whole crypto space. We will see a lot of projects which get funded by public through these NFT drops and all these things and tokens and whatever, and then it's just gonna end up like they don't do anything, or they don't deliver, or it takes them twice the time, and the public will be furious, like we saw in ICO craze in 2017. It's not really different in this sense. And even if you do it as a DAO, and then the people can vote, like what are they voting about, right? Because you have a voting right, but you have no enforcement of that voting right. If you are a shareholder and there is a shareholder meeting, there is some enforcement. If there's most of the shareholder agrees, that company has to go in some way. But with DAOs, there is nothing like that, and there is no, like, there is enforcement in that contract that something is recorded somewhere, but then like who enforces that record of that idea or the decision on the people that actually have to execute on it? So I'm a bit worried about that. Like, I think it's a great idea, but I don't think we are there yet to actually execute it properly. Oh.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
So I just wanted to say that you said it all.
Yeah, I am the same.
It's all to it.
Okay, so I think we could move to the last questions. And last questions as a buzzword of the last half of the year is a metaverse, meta. And the question is, what do you think about it? What the place of you see in that space? What do you think about collaboration of your companies you work in and the business into the metaverse and the metaverse and existing projects? So what do you think about these big trends? And does it change our general web, what we are exploring through the web browser and PCs or phones? Does we have will we have like glasses, and we'll use some kind of another media to interact with the web?
I think not yet. Not yet for that. And as I see, 90% of the metaverse project are not metaverse. They are just augmented reality. And there is the people's minds are so confused there, as I see. And there is also a lot of scammers going on the ecosystem right now, because they, especially for example in Turkey, I saw that one of the biggest companies have an event. They said it was metaverse, but that was just the augmented reality. And there's some startups occurring, and they earn a lot of money by doing that. But in the real, they are not metaverse. That's why if someone do it as a real metaverse, as a in the real blockchain structure, it will go well. but having glasses and the real metaverse life, we are not there right now. And in the soon, that is not also according to my thoughts. And that's why I can suggest that focus on the how can you connect that with the blockchain, the augmented reality, focus on the real metaverse. Don't scammed by the some projects, because right now it's booming, and when something is booming, there will be go a lot of scam projects, and that's why please research them and learn what is the real metaverse. Thanks. That's all.
The state of the metaverses as they are now is ridiculous, and I shorted, especially Sandbox, which is like one of the most ridiculous projects ever. Decentraland, nice. One of my team members, hello Edward, is now playing or attending the Australian Open in Decentraland. And when there is more than 5 people watching the game of tennis, then it starts lagging. Then there's a game that you should hit the ball or something, but it lags, so you wait for 4 seconds, it moves or something. So it absolutely cannot host any event that might be reasonable. We're not there yet. The idea of metaverse is nice, but I don't think that we will have anything functional 2 or 3 years. Some namespace is better, way better, but still people don't like wearing goggles, or a lot of people just don't like wearing goggles. So I think that we will skip it. Maybe when we'll have chips in our brains, then yeah, I will happily enjoy the metaverses. I think it's a great idea for biz meetings, for education, not so much for leisure, or at least not now, not yet.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. I mean, I think what is positive about the metaverse is that people aren't talking about blockchain protocols anymore, or DeFi protocols. They're talking about the metaverse, which I see as a sort of framework to bring all of these things together and start focusing on, digital customer experience or business models. So I think metaverse is looking at which technologies come together to provide that experience or that digital ownership, and not talking about the protocol as the technologies, because I think what we've discussed a lot on this panel is the customer experience, the UI is not there, and it's because to an extent blockchains come from a technology first angle. And if we look at the sort of world's population now at sort of near 8 billion, and we look at everybody who's holding crypto or everybody who's involved in the industry, it's very, very small. So we haven't got mass adoption. I think with the metaverse and NFTs to an extent getting people's attention, it will drive adoption. It's taking focus away from the protocols, which I think is good. But there's a number of things that need to happen before the metaverse can actually exist. So as we're saying, we have sort of AR things happening in isolation, but we've got 5G developing. So there's now 176 5G networks out there. We've got blockchain developing. We've got tokens developing, and all of this now starting to sort of materialize in things like Decentraland. But there's some physical problems, right? So if we look at it, there's server limitations, right? How many people can you get interacting real time on any server? Communication, there's just some physical limitations which are limiting the ability to do this. And there's also the issue of the central metaverse versus the decentral metaverse, the decentralized metaverse, and how that's going to play out over the next 2 years. So I think the metaverse is very, very exciting because it's looking into the future and showing us the art of the possible, immersive experiences, immersive collaboration, interaction. This virtual world which can mirror the physical world, things you can own in, you can collaborate in, you can cross-border. But we have some of that today with internet browsers and e-commerce, etc. But this is supposed to take it further and be more immersive and be more interoperable, and there needs to be more transactional value. But the bottom line is we're not there yet. So I think part of the issue will be controlling expectations. Like NFTs, there's a big buzz about them, but what's really behind it? And what I'm hearing from my fellow panel members is that not a lot at the moment. There's some interesting things with Decentraland, there's some interesting things with Axie, but really it's not at the level that maybe the hype is selling at the moment.
Yeah, and there is not much else to say, to be honest, but I completely agree with everything that's been said. We are not there yet. We have just tried to define metaverse outside, and we really couldn't find out a cohesive definition. So everyone is building something that we don't even know what it is, which often is the first step to actually figure it out. So that's fine. I'm really, first of all, I'm not a financial advisor. I need to sell my sand now because he's shorting it.
That also was not a financial advice. I am not your financial advisor. This was educational and fun purposes only, of course.
So what I was gonna say, I see a lot of value in like mixed and augmented reality, and mixed reality, especially with the people coming with the glasses that actually you can see through them, which I think like the virtual reality goggles are useless in general. But I think from like the workplace, connecting digitally workplaces across the globe, with being able to kind of stand in a room with other people and maybe draw something on a virtual whiteboard would help me to figure out some things that took much longer than they had to, because we couldn't travel and we couldn't stand in one room together. So I think there is a space for that. But I would agree that for leisure, it might be a few or even many years ahead before we actually sacrifice our real life for that. Although, if you think about when Corona hit and people didn't have money in the US and they couldn't work and they didn't have money, they never canceled their Netflix. So if you then think about it, the only thing that they actually cared about was the leisure time, that they had to spend time at home and they had to do something. Maybe with next stimulus check, they will buy VR glasses. And if there is a reasonable metaverse, they will just spend all the time in metaverse. So there are all these possibilities, and we don't really know. But I think that today we don't have a metaverse. Tomorrow, maybe someone comes with a proper definition and actually builds it.
So thank you all for the participation of this panel. I think that was the last question. So thank you all for participating today, Evan. It was the first Block Talk by the BlockCheck R&D Lab, and I hope that we will meet together during 2 months again and make a new great event. So, and as said, my non-commercial advisor, hold it and go to the moon. Thank you all, and we'll see you in Metaverse. Bye-bye.
Have a great evening. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right.